Let's just get to it, man. It is Saturday morning. You are now tuned in, locked into one of the most amazing podcast morning shows to ever cross not only your timeline, your YouTube streams or algorithms, but man, just to hit that notification box for you on a Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time, right here with the Living Split Screen guys. I am one of your hosts, the one and only I Still Reign. The T is a 7. Look, man, it's been an interesting week again. Me and Paul come in here week by week and just come in here with news and conversation and just the industry leading topics that we just have to break down for you guys and really get into discussion with, because who else better than the guys who give you that raw, uncut, authentic, organic energy every Saturday and give it to you in a way that only we can. With that being said, I do have some Rift Breaker gameplay for you guys this week. Written in the background, so hopefully you guys like that. Excuse me, can't talk today for whatever reason. Still trying to finish my first cup of Joe, but yeah, man, got some Rift Breaker gameplay in the background. Hopefully you guys enjoy that. I've been having a really good time with it, man. It's another one of those games. Well, I'm not gonna say it's another one of those games. It's one of those games that I thought it was over RTSs, right? I thought it was done for me. I thought it was like, I don't know. Tower defense games, I don't know. They just don't hit for me the same. This game has completely taken it to another level. Every time that I hop on, I get so entranced because it's not only base building and it's not only tower defense, but the not necessarily roguelite element, but the fact that you're running around, being able to not only search these different plans that you're going to, but also fight these creatures, defend your base. The fact that you're so much more active with the gameplay, I think is what has enticed me more than anything. I definitely recommend it. It's on Game Pass, man. If you guys haven't checked it out, you're in Game Pass, check it out. With that being said, I have to pass it to the most uncanny gentleman that I have met within this last decade. One of the most amazing gentlemen that I have met in this last decade. The man who puts the soul in Pong, my brother from another, who decided to start this thing with me purely out of organic nature and came out of the DMs. My guy, Pong Soul, what is going on, man? It's been looking forward to this day, and it is finally here. Welcome to Living Split Screen, man. It is Saturday. What's going on, Paul?
Look, Steel. That was one hell of an intro, brother. First of all, are we recording?
We are recording.
Okay. All right. I just got to get the technical stuff out of the way. Good morning, gamers. We are worldwide with Living Split Screen. That's right. I see people already from across the ocean in our chat. I love you all. And I love everybody that's close by too, of course. But thank you all for being here. Good morning to everybody. Living Split Screen episode 30. God, I love those even numbers, man. 30.
Yeah, gotta love it.
30, October 23rd, 2021. What a beautiful day it is. It is getting chilly in my neck of the woods. I've got frost. I've got frost on the grass.
Oh, frost already.
You don't get that. You don't get that yet. I get frost.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah. Well, we getting the frost already. But it is beautiful. It is fall. And man, we are gaming. We are gaming nonstop. We got news dropping. We are coming into holiday season. So guess what? That is Christmas all the time for us gamers.
Oh yeah.
They are ramping up. They are ramping up big. Everybody is. So it's looking good out here. But look, Steel, you've been playing new games.
I have.
You've been playing Rift Breaker. That's a game that I hopped into, absolutely loved. And I was like, God, I'm going to be diving into Rift Breaker.
Yeah.
Diving in to Echo Generation when it releases on Game Pass this week. Yeah, then I went and did something, and I said, you know what? November 11th, God Howard's giving us the gift of the of another Skyrim, right? Another edition of Skyrim, the anniversary edition.
Yeah.
Again, if you guys haven't heard, guys and gals out there, if you haven't heard, I have not touched Skyrim since 360. It's one of my all-time favorite games. It's probably in my top 5 list, maybe top 10, just depending on how I do it. But I have not touched 360. I have not been that person, that gamer that has gone out and bought every edition that God Howard has graced us with. So it's been a long time. It's been almost 9 years. So I said, you know what? I've got to get reacclimated because I'm getting the anniversary. I'm like, I got to get reacclimated. I'm like, the special editions in Game Pass. I'm like, I'm going to download this thing. I'm going to fire it back up, get used to the controls, get back in the world a little bit, put it away. November 11th, ready to rock and roll.
Right. You're saying that.
Yeah. It's not what happened, Steel. It's not what happened,
yeah.
Steel. You know, you and I talked behind the scenes. I talked about this the other night at PM and PM too. Look, there is something that happens when you jump back into one of those special games. And there's something that happens. Not everybody gets this, right? But I am a nostalgia guy. But because I have not touched it for 9 years, it's a little extra spicy, a little extra special for me. Because I jump into one of my favorite all-time games. It now runs at 60 frames.
Oh,
it looks a lot better than it ever did. Right? It's still an old game. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going, boy, this looks like current gen stuff. No. It's still running the old creation engine. It still has got the Skyrim jank to it.
Yeah.
But it's been spit shined a little bit. I jump back into this world. Look, I'm back to my lone wolf days. I am hunting down dragons. I am pickpocketing. I am pick locking. I am got my magic spells going all over again. I got lost. I have been lost in Skyrim again. It is unbelievable. We were talking about behind the scenes, and I know this is an intro, but might as well just dive into it a little bit here. We were talking behind the scenes. Look, when you go back, like I said, I haven't touched it for 9 years. So when you jump back into a game like this, you've played a lot of other games, especially when you play a historically good video game that a lot of people have tried to recreate in their own visions in one way or another. So I've played a lot of RPGs, right? A lot of Western style RPGs, AA, AAA, whatever, in between those 9 years.
Right.
But when you get back to the OG, right? Like Todd Howard's my favorite dev, probably. If you had to tie me down, I'd probably say he's my favorite dev. But him and his A team, and you go back to that OG game of why people have been chasing that style of game, why Western RPGs became so big, why Elder Scrolls is at the top of the list, right? Why people took off work for an RPG, which does not happen. Like I was talking about, Call of Duties, the Halos, those are big, gigantic worldwide events. Skyrim wasn't quite that level, but it was big, and there was people lining up. There's people that took days off, right? But RPGs are still kind of, it's a smaller group of people that enjoy them. But you go back to this one, you go back to Skyrim, and you fire this thing up, and you go, this is why it is considered one of the best of all time by many, 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 many people. This is why you get the Todd Howard fans out there, and you can't wait for Starfield next year, and you can't wait for Elder Scrolls 6 whenever we see that in 2025, 2026, right? That's why people are so hyped. But you remember all of this because I've gone back into this world, and there is just something special about it. Again, there is still the jank there. There's still the bugs there, but all of that stuff gets overlooked, and people call it Bugfezda. But you want to know why it still sells tens of millions of copies and why they keep putting this out year after year and redoing it? It's because the underlying game overcomes anything that goes wrong in this game. Like by far, like you don't even know it. You laugh. Like you're like, oh, it's not annoying. It's not frustrating. It's not frustrating. It's like, oh yeah, it's just Skyrim. This is great. I don't care. This is awesome. And this is one of those games that just does that in so many ways. The chaotic nature of this game, the absolute randomness that this team has built into this. I was telling you a little story, Steel.
Yeah.
I was traveling to a bandit's hideout on a side mission to go kill the leader of this hideout.
Right.
So I was trying to get over this place, and I don't fast travel. I tend to walk because that's where the chaotic randomness happens. Right, is when you're just walking through the world. So I was following this little river, headed my way, saw this little island, had a chest on it. Right, had some mud crabs on it. I think it even had a saber-toothed cat on it too. Anyway, so I hop over to this little island just to go fight some stuff on my way, because that's what happens. You get lost. I'm fighting the mud crabs, get done with the mud crabs. I turn around and there's this dude in the river swimming towards me. This random dude. He's not showing up as an enemy, so he's not a bandit. He's not somebody coming to kill me. So he's just a random NPC swimming in the river, headed towards my island. I'm out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm like, what does this guy want? I'm like, what the hell does this guy want? He comes up to me and he's like, hey, you gotta hold this armor for me. I got some people chasing me. I'm like looking around. I'm like, ain't nobody chasing you out here, but okay, all right. He's like, yeah, you just take care of this armor for me, and I'll meet you somewhere, and I'll pick it back up from you. I'm like, cool. So I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. That's fine. So I grab it. He gives me some magical armor. I'm like, awesome. And he's like, okay. And he takes off and he dives back in the river. And I'm watching this whole thing. I'm just dying already. I'm like, God, this is what I missed. Dives back in the river. He starts getting attacked by terror fish in the river while he's swimming away from me. After he just gave me this random piece of armor, he gets attacked. The NPC gets attacked by more NPCs, terror fish. He finally makes it to the other side and takes off running. He disappears. That's freaking Skyrim. This is amazing. And then my last story is I jump into the bar in Whiterun, first city you're in. I'm doing side missions.
Yeah, you
I
tell
wind
me.
up back
Yeah,
at White. I wind up back at Whiterun, and I'm looking for this lady. I'm looking for this red guard lady. So I'm hopping in and out of places, and I'm like, all right, I'll hit up the bar. I'm like, she's got to be in there, the inn, whatever you want to call it. So I go in there, and there's a dude at the bar that I hadn't seen before, and he's just sitting there drinking. I'm like, well, this is totally random. Like, he's out of place. I'm like, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna go talk to him. So I go talk to him, and he's like, hey, yeah. He's like, so you drink? I'm like, I answer yes or whatever else. And he's like, you want to do a drinking contest? Like, okay. I'm like, in the back of my head, I'm going, either this is a small one of these little side things that they throw in there, or this is going to turn out to be something bigger. But I'm thinking back, I'm like, yeah, let's do a drinking game. He's like, I'll put up a bet, my staff. And I'm like, all right, now I'm in, because I'm a magic wielder in Skyrim games. I love wielding magic. So I'm like, all right, bet. I want the staff. I want this magic staff. I'm like, all right, definitely. Let's do this. So we do it. We drink, whatever. This game is old, so there's not even like a drinking mini game. You just take turns or whatever else, whatever else. And finally he goes, oh, you can drink. You win. I can't drink anymore. He's like, and then all of a sudden he's like, and I'm like, awesome. I'm going to get my staff. And he's like, you don't look so good. Are you okay? And I'm like, wait, no. And all of a sudden the screen goes black. I pass out. My character passes out. Screen goes black. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Now what? Now I'm thinking, because I had a ton of stuff on me, because again, I steal everything in that game. So I had tons of stuff. I'm like, I'm going to lose everything. I'm going to wake up naked and afraid somewhere. I'm like, this ain't going to be good. I'm like, this ain't going to be good. All of a sudden I wake up with this cult lady over the top. And I'm like, oh, here we go. She's like, are you going to repent for your sins? And I'm like, what? Now what? And then she's like, and then I get up and she starts talking to me about her dead god or whatever else.
Right.
And then she's like, and you trashed our temple. I'm not talking to you anymore, and I'm not going to help you until you clean up our temple. So I had to go clean up trash in the temple. Anyways, I pull up my map. I'm in Whiterun. That's where I was drinking. I'll pull up my map and I'm like, where am I? I am all the way on the other side of the freaking world. Steel, all the way. I have not done anything in between.
Right.
We're talking about the edge of the map world in another city, Markham, that I have not been to yet. And I'm like, great. Here we go. Skyrim. This is why I love you. This is why I love you, Todd Howard. This is why I love your team. This is why I love all of it. Brought me back. So I'm sucked back into Skyrim. Long story to start the day off, but man, I love Skyrim. It is just one of those special games.
Yeah.
And like we talk about Steel, that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Sometimes with gaming. That's why I don't mind going back to old games, is because sometimes you do get those feelings. But this one is on another level because I have not played it for 9 years. So it's like playing a fresh game almost.
Yeah,
I mean, I remember a lot of things,
100%.
but almost.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like we talked about a little bit in the background, man. Again, that is legitimately what it's about. Being able to go back to something, recognizing, yeah, maybe it hasn't aged so well, but there's a reason why why games like that are held to such regard, right? Why people over the years, why it gets re-released so many times, why people are so infatuated with Bethesda overall, and why the ZeniMax deal was such a bigger thing than a lot of people give it credence to, because again, you're tying most of the WRPG market, Western RPG market, to Xbox, man. And within that, you have people who have created these games and gave you adventures like that many other games don't do. There's not that type of depth. Those are
just little side missions, right?
Exactly.
Those are just little side things.
Exactly.
We're not even talking about the big picture, right?
Right.
So sorry to interrupt, but yeah, that's what people don't understand. Like I said, you play some RPGs and you understand that they were influenced by some of the bigger ones, whether it be, Dragon Age, or whether it be Elder Scrolls, like those namesake games that people try to follow the footsteps. But then you just, it's like, okay, that's a great game. They try to do what they did. They had their different vision of it, whatever else. Then you jump back into the OG and it's just like so much more. It is just like, this is why people can't top these games, right? Because that's just a side. Those are two little side stupid missions,
right?
And like that, taking up hours. Taking up hours of my time.
I mean, that's how it works. I mean, that's when you think about games like Cyberpunk, which we both like, that kind of lacked that depth. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when you, again, like you made that, like you were talking about, like we talked about in the background, that it's crazy to go back to some of these other games and you play our newer games. You're like, man, this game was great, but you feel like it's missing something, and that's what it's missing, the magic. I mean. And that's hard to recapture. You know what I mean? Not everybody can do it the greatest, and being able to go back to a game like that, and then it being re-released now for even more people to to enjoy or to join. Now, mind you, these next couple months are going to be kind of crazy, but nonetheless, you can't say that you don't have stuff to play. You know what I mean? That's the biggest thing. You cannot say that you do not have nothing to play. Hey, if you can play everything, hit me up in the DMs right now or in the chat, and send me tell me how, and then not only that, go ahead and send me a couple games my way. I'm gonna beat them for you. No, right,
exactly.
No, I can't.
Look at that. General C's re-downloading, reinstalling Skyrim.
Yeah, see,
because I talked about.
See what you did, Pong.
For everybody who doesn't know, the anniversary edition on the 11th, the upgrades, the next gen upgrades, the fishing portion of it will be free for anybody who owns a special edition. So if you got Game Pass, welcome. You get the upgrade for free. The only thing you are not going to get is all the mods and the extra stuff that they're putting into it. But you will get the current gen upgrade, the series upgrade for free.
Nice.
So that has been confirmed, and I believe the fishing as well. So yeah, no, that's gonna be good. So November 11th, same day that San Andreas drops, we're getting two classics on
that's
the same
crazy.
Day, re-released again. I mean, Skyrim's been released, but so is San Andreas technically.
General C said, is that a challenge? No, it's only a challenge if you wanted to be a challenge. And then Mysuko said, so we are getting a new version of Skyrim in Game Pass, or is it available now already? I mean, Skyrim is available now, but they're releasing a updated version for next gen or current gen. That's going to also be dropping in the Game Pass. So definitely something to look forward to, definitely something to look into. I would definitely say wait for that version to drop first, or you're going to be playing the older version, which probably
looks gorgeous. It looks gorgeous, and it does play gorgeous. It's 60 frames.
It's still solid.
So
it's still solid. Hey, it's any game that used to be 30 frames that you can now play in 60. Definitely give it a shot, man. It makes a world of a difference. If you ever want to show somebody the difference, take one of their older games they used to play back in the day that they played at 30 and then give it to them now at 60, see how they feel. They're always going to tell you, man, this game feels so much better.
And quick shout out on that note, quick shout out to, we're not going to talk about it, but quick shout out to the Vampire team. Anybody who played Vampire, which was a AA, again, lover of AA from Focus Entertainment, RPG game where you play the vampire. A lot of people are probably seen it. It's always on sale. Look, they just dropped a free patch. It's not series. It doesn't show up as it doesn't show up with the series console badge on it, but they did a free patch that opened it up, and it runs, I believe, at 1440 60 now. So that game is underrated. If you're into vampires and into like that 17th century old world stuff, European stuff, it is a great game to check out. It's always on sale. I think it's on sale right now for Halloween, by the way, super cheap, but it is 60 frames. Shout out to them. I fired it up the other night because I've got like 15 hours into it and I got to go back to it, but I fired it up and started playing it. Looks and plays amazing now. So it is really, really an underrated game. So shout out to them for doing that for free.
Yeah, that's amazing. Again,
unexpected.
Yeah, it definitely is. It almost ties into some conversation we'll end up having later. But for all the beautiful people that I hear that get tuned in week to week to us every Saturday, I just want to thank you guys, man. Give you guys a quick shout out real quick and run down the line before we get into the upcoming games, because there are some that are upcoming that we got to let you guys know about, man. So with that being said, let's just run down the list. Shout out some people: Spooky Sprocket, Crazy Louie Gaming, the one and only, man. Crazy Louie has definitely made his spot on the scene, man. Crazy Louie is definitely that. He's a crazy man, but he's an amazing dude, man. Nothing but props, nothing but love. He shows us undying support. So nothing but respect that way, man. You know, greatly appreciate you. We also have some things we're working on in the background with Crazy Louie, so we're gonna have those conversations and everything. And again, man, appreciate the support. Continue to show the love. Always be reciprocated. Dragonheart Yobi. I've seen. I got to work my way down the list.
One and only.
The one and only. The legend himself. The General C. Spooky Sprocket. Outbreak Podcast. Axel 1324. What's going on, my guys? See, I got to shout y'all out as y'all coming in here. Psycho Knots UK Lad. Mysuko. What's going on? Cerebral Paul. What's going on, my guy? Wandering Dutch, the mod man himself. Again, man, shout out to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective. In case y'all keep forgetting, or maybe you don't know, when Living SplitScreen gets to 401 subs, because I mean 400 is a fluke. You got to get that at least 401.
Somebody will unsub just
probably.
That. So we probably need to get to like 405.
405 to be safe.
Yeah.
When we get to around 401, 405, hopefully we can push a lot further than that. The main man, Wandering Dutch, if you're not following him on Twitter, follow him. Wandering Dutch is making a custom Xbox Series controller or PS5 controller for any lucky winner after we hit over 400 subs, man. So stay on the lookout for that, not on the tune, because we're not dialing any radios, but yeah, stay tuned in for that though. Rick Payne in the house. I believe I shouted at Spooky Sprocket. What's going on? Who else is in here? Doom Reaper, Judezilla Music. What's going on, people? How y'all feeling? Awful Grim Bones. He said he was listening, playing. There was something else he was playing. I forgot what said he was into right now. Then we had
special shout out to Judezilla too, because he is the one that gave away the code yesterday that I won an Indie Gamers stream. Shout out to the Indie Gamer. Awesome member of the community. He had a celebration for hitting 2K subs, so shout out to him as well. But Judezilla provided the code so I can get Circuit Superstars. I won that during that stream yesterday, so shout out to you, Judezilla. Awesome show yesterday, as always, sir. You guys over there are just amazing. So
yeah, and those people, man, are amazing people. Love them people.
Good people.
Dirt Griggity, what's going on? Perrin Pluck, what's going on? Who else is in here? Casket Repair, saw you up in here earlier. Anybody else, if you're still in here rocking and rolling with us, let us know so I can shout you out. Other than that, I felt like there was something else that I wanted to say before we get into the upcoming games.
Look who just popped in.
Joe Dunmore. What's going on, my guy? You know I gotta shout you. You gotta love to see Joe. Love to see Joe in here. Oh yeah, I just wanted to run around the list of some of the things we're gonna end up talking about, man. So yeah. To start off with, we're thinking about probably talking about the God of War PC situation. You know, a lot of people were kind of hiding behind the scenes behind that, but it's definitely something to talk about. Again, I didn't name the show episode 30. Do exclusives matter now for no reason? Because it's going to be
maybe if people been listening to us, Steel. I know we're a small show, but maybe had people been listening to us this entire time. maybe they can
Maybe.
pull themselves out of their bubbles
Maybe.
and stop listening to the clown. Okay, we're not going to get into it.
Maybe, but these ideas with these people have been happening for more than 30 weeks, so we still got a lot of work to do to get into their thick skulls. But we also got to talk about the whole Brass Lion Entertainment announcement. They're working on a new game from that was announced on GamesBeat Decide by a guy in chat. So we definitely want to talk about that.
Yeah, that was funny as hell.
Yeah, we definitely want to talk about that because they're got an upcoming game. Project M, we definitely want to show you guys that. It's a Souls-like DMC style game.
Yeah.
Definitely want to show you guys some of that gameplay just because somebody got to show y'all. I haven't seen nobody else show it.
Steel, you and I are always going to be thumping that drums, man. From the eastern side of the devs, man. We got it.
Oh my
God. Keep showing it.
Yeah. I definitely got to show y'all that. It's amazing. Hopefully y'all are into it. They're feeling it the same way we're feeling it, but I guess we'll find out. Also, we got to talk about the GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition dropping. And then it also coming, San Andreas is coming to Game Pass. It's crazy to think about, man. It's crazy to think about. We also got to talk about Game Pass missing its target.
You're committing us to a lot here, Steel.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a list of different things. We probably won't end up deep diving everything. We might, but I definitely want to run down a bit of a list. And then one or two other things was NVIDIA unblocking the Edge browser for Geforce Now, therefore unlocking the possibility for Xbox to play PC, stream, Steam games through NVIDIA Geforce Now. So that's going to be really interesting. And then the PlayStation State of Play that's coming out October 27th. Again, we're probably going to end up tying the State of Play and God of War with each other since they're kind of hand in hand. I feel like there may end up being some things there. Who knows? I guess we will see. But with that, before we get into anything, we start this show off right. Let's get into these upcoming games, man. So we can show the people what they need to be looking forward to.
Steel, you got to sound like kind of like a professional podcast here, man. You're sounding like we're organized, man, with that list you just gave everybody.
Hey, just to give you guys some behind the curtain. Hey, I just put that notepad together. Don't worry, we're here. Don't worry, the organic nature of the show didn't go anywhere. We're still here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, let's not change everybody's expectations too quickly here, Steel.
No.
All right.
No, the expectation is still here. I want to let you know. I just made that list.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Good.
Nah, I mean, but you got to take notes throughout the week, man. Everything. There's a lot of different things, crazy things happening, along with our personal lives and along with the gaming world. So
this week was full of stuff, man.
That is a fact.
I didn't even hear in that list. Did you say that we're going to talk about Booty and Phil?
No, actually, too.
Oh my God.
That's I didn't bring that up in that, and that's something else that we're going to end up bringing up too. All right. A lot of these topics are smaller topics. So hopefully we can touch on a lot of them.
Still can make anything a big topic. So.
I can. Well, I'll play both sides, and it'll be a wrap before long. But yeah, we definitely have to talk about the Matt Booty interview. Right. We're probably going to throw that in earlier, probably right after the whole God of War PC snafu, as we want to call it. We'll probably throw it in there somewhere. But other than that, let's get into these upcoming games, man. There's some things coming out that I feel like the people need to know about. So let's get into it.
Yeah, let's go. We'll try not to deep dive these too much like we normally do, because again, we do have a lot of topics, but it is important to let everybody know what's coming up as well. So this week we've actually got a pretty big list, and there's some big stuff in here, depending on where you game and what you're into. So for sure. Let's start here. So it's going to be the week of October the 25th.
Yep.
Iron Harvest on October 26th. Iron Harvest is a game I have wanted to dive into. I have not had a chance. It actually launched on last gen.
Yes.
Back last year in 2020. It is now coming to current gen, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series consoles on October 26th. Kind of a mashup. It's a strategy game, and I love Deep Silver as a publisher. I love, again, AA lover here, man. I love these smaller games that just don't quite fit the bill for AAA,
right? But
they are still quality. And this game here is cool, set in 1920, as if we got some mech technology mixed with 1920, you know, that World War I kind of era, battles, right? So I do want to check this game out eventually. This is on my list for sure. Now that it's getting the current gen treatment.
The other thing too, Pong, is that in case the people don't know, the Iron Lords podcast, for anybody who might not be familiar with them, I don't, maybe you're sleeping under a rock, but they also not only had like a deep dive with the dev, but they also actually played with the devs that made the game. And they have all that up on YouTube, man. Definitely check them out. The Iron Lords podcast, man. Some of the greatest guys on the YouTube scene, just in our space overall, within our community overall. Yeah, man, they have a lot of gameplay for Iron Harvest. If you guys are on the fence about it, go look it out. I definitely trust everything that they do that way. Definitely check out ironlordsgaming.net. Or am I saying that wrong? I'm gonna actually pull up the website. But lordsofgaming.net. That's what it is. Lordsofgaming.net. Definitely shout out to them. I'm gonna actually throw that in the chat too for the people that might not be familiar with them. But yeah, man, if you want some gameplay, on the fence about this game, definitely take it into consideration. There's definitely plenty of gameplay out there for you. So
yeah, no, great shout out, Steel. Thanks for doing that, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. You got my back, because that is true. Shout out to Cog, who is a big strategy game player as well. Yeah, man, him and I OGs on the strategy game. So LOL surprise movie night coming out to Switch. Steel, did you pre-order this? Pre-order this, man. The LOL girls.
I pre-ordered this like 4 months ago, man.
Okay, all right, good. LOL surprise movie night. Hey, for anybody who's got kids who are into the LOL dolls, look, me and my wife actually resell them when we find them out in the wild. Yeah, they are still big. They sell for a decent amount of money. So, hey, don't throw away your kids' collections. That's all I'm going to tell you. Box it up, store it, because that stuff does eventually become worth a lot of money. So, again, I had my mom saved all my stuff. So I had a lot of my stuff, my Transformers and my G.I. Joes and my He-Mans, but my dad from my grandma's house, when she passed away, he threw everything away, and I'm still mad at him to this day. But anyways, LOL surprise movie night coming to Switch October 26th. This is one of the big ones. We actually got quite a few big ones this week. Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yep.
Some people are hyped. Steel, I know you've been kind of going back and forth on this one a little bit, haven't you?
Yes, I mean, actually, I have. I'm kind of at the point to where I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna end up getting it, just because, again, as a Marvel buff, as a guy who just loves that, I'm an action hero guy. You know what I mean? Like I can't get away from it. I don't know if it's because of the era that I grew up in, or it's just my love for those style of games and those characters. It being a single player game is enticing. I know I'll be able to get into it, get out, and just have a good time with it. Guardians of the Galaxy has kind of been put to my attention, especially with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and hopefully they take it like even further with this game. That's always been my kind of fear with Marvel games, or just like superhero games overall, in general, in general, because we also come from the era where they made games based off of the movies, and they weren't always the greatest. Where we're kind of coming away from that to where the games just being their own thing, right? And which I can support much more. And when you look at more of the gameplay, as I've seen more gameplay, as I've seen more in-depth conversations about the game, it has intrigued me more, and I am interested in at least giving this a solid playthrough, man. On the harder difficulty, whatever the case might be, and just tearing stuff up as Star-Lord, man. The customization got me for some of that stuff. That's always a thing for me.
Of course it did.
The story looks like it's going to be solid. Again, man, I mean, if anything, you guys will have my opinion on it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, with that, I'm not going to say that.
Are you going to get it day one?
But
are you going to get
day one? Maybe. I'm kind of on the fence. I might. If it's not day one, it's definitely this week some point.
Yeah, you'll eventually get Steel's opinions on this game for
sure. You might hear from you next Saturday about it.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear what you think. So, because I know you've been kind of back and forth with this one. I'm glad you finally decided that you're going to jump in. So, that's cool. Obviously, that's come from Square Enix, and obviously Eidos, however you pronounce it.
Eidos Montreal.
Montreal. So yeah, great studio too, by the way. I'm going to be interested to hear everybody's opinions. Again, me not being the biggest superhero guy, but I did think it was funny. Young Steel probably would have had his mouth drop open in surprise at the comment that it's a single player game. So that's got me interested.
Oh no, that is a fact. I mean, that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
Me a couple years ago, I would have been like, yeah, no, I'm not playing this game.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't have multiplayer. I'm not playing it.
I love it, brother.
It's just what it is. I mean, and again, that's just me being older. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Things change.
I mean, not only that, I mean, I still feel that way, but I'm still open at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're
like now. I have again, people think this is a joke, but because of Game Pass, man, again, there's games that I haven't had to buy that it kind of make me like, damn, I got a little bit of extra money here. I want to do it.
Right, exactly. That's the beauty of it all. So, no, that's awesome, brother. Awesome. NASCAR. For all you NASCAR fans, NASCAR 21 Ignition is coming out. PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. So obviously it is a
pre-order
last gen. No.
You didn't want to go to Circles?
Nope. I don't do circles, man. I love racing, but man, never been into
circles?
NASCAR. Nope. I know people are going to kill me. Circles, ovals. I don't care. It's all you're turning one way. So I need some variety.
Maybe if I put you in a Godzilla, you'd go around in circles.
I go around in circles. Man, well, of course. That comes out October 26th. Again, last gen, but obviously to play on current gen stuff. Hopefully we'll see some kind of boost there eventually, or whatever the case may be. Workshop Simulator for PC, October 26th.
Hey, just in case you've never actually wanted to be a handyman in real life, I got a game for you.
Yeah,
I got a game for you.
I still have no interest.
I'll put you in the workshop in virtual reality.
Just like Farming Simulator, I never had the interest to go back to Farming Simulator.
So why? You don't want to farm in real life?
No, I don't want to farm in real life, and I don't want to farm in a game. But for anybody who does, Workshop Simulators got you covered on PC October 26th. Super Robot Wars number 30.
Oh,
are they serious? Bandai Namco. Is this real Steel?
Oh God. I didn't even know. I didn't even see this.
What is this? This is a strategy game.
Oh, okay.
This is strat.
Yeah, I'm gonna end up looking over this.
Yeah, you're gonna have to look at this. Dude, is that Gundam?
No, that's not Gundam. No.
Okay. All right. You sure?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, isn't it?
Yeah, it might be in it, but
they bring. I'm just saying they bring all different types of robots.
Okay, gotcha.
Mechs from different.
Oh, I guess that's kind of dope then.
Story. Okay, all right. Well, I don't know if I think it's the 30th anniversary. Maybe I don't think it's number 30 in the series. I don't think they've had 30. That's what I'm reading. So, Super Robot Wars 30 strategy game. If you like mechs, if you like Gundams, if you like all that stuff, PC's got you covered as well. There, October 27th. I'd love to see some of the stuff come to console. October 27th. Huge PC release. Huge. People don't realize how big this is unless you are a PC player. I'm not even a PC player, but this was a game that I fired up at buddies' houses that I tried to play on my cheap computers and everything. Age of Empires 4 coming to PC. Obviously dropping into PC Game Pass October 28th. Age of Empires 4. Man, that game is huge. It has been around. It is the OG. It is like like I was talking about Skyrim. When it comes to RTSs, Age of Empires is one of those pillars, man. It is one of those games that everybody kind of
I agree.
used. Yeah, it is that big, and people have been waiting on this. People don't realize it, and shout out to Tim Dog from RDX. He does claim that internally they are stating that eventually Age of Empires 4 will come to console. So this will happen.
Have been saying that.
So hopefully, I cannot wait if that happens. Oh my God, I'll be such a happy camper. It's not even gonna be funny. But Age of Empires 4 PC October 28th. If you guys are into RTSs, please go check out one of the grandfathers of that genre for sure.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, for sure. Backbone. This game we talked about Steel a while back.
Yeah, we did.
It's coming out on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series console. And actually, this is this is the current gen and PlayStation 4, Xbox One release. Switch is still coming eventually, but this is like an action adventure game where you play as like almost like a animal kind of, I want to say detective style, but you are an animal. You're anamorphic, so you are a raccoon. So yeah, but this is coming. I think this might even come to Game Pass. We'll get to that. I gotta go to the Xbox Wire, but I think we might be getting this. So that is coming out on October the 29th. Did I say? Or October 28th? 28th. Then we got Dusk coming to Switch on October 28th.
There you go.
That is a shooter. It was released on PC back in 2018. So Switch is now getting it 3 years later. October 28th, 2021.
It's a mature game.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? Dusk on Switch.
That's
and
different.
Then we've got, Fatal Frame is returning.
Fatal Frame.
Maiden of Blackwater coming to everything. PlayStation 5, Xbox
I remember
Series, console,
playing
PlayStation.
this.
Dude, I can't do it. I can't. Hold on. PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, PC. October 28th. Look, my ex-sister-in-law was a big horror game player.
Right.
So my ex-wife's sister, she was younger, but she was a huge horror player. They brought over the original Fatal Frame. And look, at that point, I was still kind of on the fence of whether or not I liked horror games anymore. Right. Playing that game again solidified my stance. You give me enough weapons. You don't make me scrounge for ammo. Let me unload on anything creepy and I can probably play it. Okay. But you get me to a situation where I have a camera.
Yep.
And that is my weapon, is the camera.
Yep.
To capture spirits. And I'm going through the dark with camera, turning around and taking snapshots. And all of a sudden there's a freaking spirit in my face. Look, no, I ain't doing it. I'm just not going to do it, man. Steel, it sounds like you've played Fatal Frame as well.
I played Fatal Frame back in the day, and I'm right there with you. It's probably a big part of the reason why I'm just not with that shit. I'm just not. I am so cool off of you scaring me or me turning around and there's something in my face. I'm just not with that, man. I can't fight back. I can't do nothing. Like, nah, I'm cool. It was definitely for the time, it was amazing. But even then, it's not as amazing as I probably would wanted it to be, because I don't fuck with that shit, man.
Right. Right. Exactly.
But
walk into a room, there's nothing there.
Yep.
All of a sudden you pull up the camera and you got some creepy kid in your right in your screen.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm cool. I'm cool.
I'm out.
I can't fight back. No, I'm cool.
But anyways, I know there's a lot of Fatal Frame lovers out there.
Facts.
So congratulations. It is back. And, Steel and I, as much as we're joking here, are just talking about our own preferences. At the end of the day, love seeing old series come back.
Yeah.
Especially beloved series that have, even if it's a small fan base, it's still a very strong fan base. And people have been waiting for Fatal Frame to come back. So congratulations. It is coming back. Love to see that happen, because that means other things can come back as well. Because Fatal Frame definitely was not the biggest seller of all time by any stretch of the imagination. So to see them bring this back, cool. I love it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Another big release, Steel, Riders Republic.
Yeah, people have been saying good stuff about that game, actually.
The demo, I think we talked about it here, Steel, because I did eventually download the demo. I wasn't going to, because I really I didn't have any interest in it whatsoever. I've done the extreme sports so much in my video gaming career. It's just like, unless you're going to give me snowboarding, something like, but on another level. Like Steep was cool, but it wasn't SSX Tricky, right? Like, give me SSX Tricky and I'm in, right? Bring that back, EA, and you got me, okay? But I've just done it so much that it was like, no. Everybody kept talking about it, so I was like, screw it. It's a demo. Who cares? It doesn't cost me anything. I'm just gonna download it, try it out. Look, shout out to Ubisoft again. They looked at Forza Horizon and all the success that Forza Horizon has had. And they said, we're going to steal that and just make it our own with extreme sports.
Yep.
And they did it.
Yep.
Again, the map, when you pull up the map and see all the markers everywhere and all the different places, it's Forza Horizon with bikes, with snowboarding and all that, and wingsuits.
Yep.
That's what you're getting in this game. And that's why everybody that played it, for the most part, even the people that were like, this looks dumb, wound up going,
enjoyed it.
You know what? This is pretty damn good. This is
Yeah.
a pretty damn good game.
That's what I keep
So
hearing.
shout out to Ubisoft. Yeah. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be jumping into that this week. You know, I'm not going to do it day one.
No.
I'll wait on this for a classic Ubisoft sale. Maybe eventually, once the big edition gets down to around 20-25 bucks, maybe I'll pick it up, because it was a good time and it was easy just to jump into and jump out of, you know, go do some fun runs and then come back, and you can play against everybody, or you can play against, basically you're playing against times and racing against all your friends or whatever else. So you've got your choice of how you want to play the game, a lot like Forza Horizon. You can jump into multiplayer if you want to. Otherwise, you can just cruise around the world and do your thing as well and race against, you know, everybody else. So the AIs. So yeah, that is coming out as well. So look for Riders Republic. Again, good game. I gotta admit, I'm not gonna even front on that one. It is a good game. So and then we've got Roki coming out for PlayStation 5 and Series consoles. It's a cool little game. United Label is the publisher. Polygon Treehouse is the developer. It's been out on PC since 2020, July 23rd. Came out on Switch October of last year, and now finally headed to PlayStation 5 and Series console. So current gen. So again, another nice little indie game coming out. It's kind of cool. I'm always down for checking those kind of games out. We got Voice of Cards, the Isle Dragon Roars.
Square Enix.
PlayStation 4. Yeah, PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. Once again, Square Enix just skipping, but I really have not heard of this game. Steel, have we seen this game?
No, but it looks like it's another card. It's a card game, man.
Obviously it's a card collecting game. Yeah.
Yeah, card, but it's a turn-based RPG game.
Interesting.
The whole game's a card game, but it's a RP. It's a turn-based JRPG.
I love the art look on the cards.
Yeah.
I mean, it's straight up Square Enix, and I do love their art style. They have some of the most amazing artists out there, man. They come up with the most unique characters. So yeah, no, card game coming. PlayStation 4, Switch, and PC. Again, Xbox left out in the cold because Square Enix is cool like that in 2021. So, but if you're into card games, hey, maybe this is something you want to check out for sure. I had no idea this was coming out. Usually Square does a great job of even their smaller games.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that one yet. Mario Party Superstars coming to Switch.
There you go. I know you got that pre-ordered.
Respect the hustle, Nintendo. Salute. You guys are just crazy. You guys eat it up. Eat it up, Nintendo fans. Mario Party Superstars coming. 1 to 4 players. You know the drill. Party game that ended all party games. Mario Party is back October 29th. So enjoy that. I'm sure it's selling for $60.
Probably.
Always.
Yeah, more than likely. It's Mario Party.
Again,
and it's going to
hustle, Nintendo.
It's going to be $60 for the next like 5 years. So
So I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot about that this week as that launches, because I'm sure there'll be a lot of people showing off their Mario Party again.
Right.
But you know what? Again, just what am I going to say at this point? It's Nintendo. So that is this week new releases. Let's check out the Xbox Wire real quick, Steel, for any Game Pass games. And again, this is always subject to change, because we get surprise drops all the time, like Dragon Ball Z Fighters this week.
Yeah, that was a
surprise drop. That was a surprise drop. That was cool. I downloaded it. So 8 gigs. I'm going to check it out for sure. So this week, let's go through this list again. I'm just going through the Xbox Wire list. I'm going to pick out the ones that are coming to Game Pass. So this week, oh yeah, this wasn't even on that list. See, Game Informer, totally forgot about this. Moonglow Bay is coming. This week to Game Pass.
True.
Look, a lot of people
not my team, but
got sick of this game because of the developer. This was this was the idea at Xbox, the one that the developer talked for like 25 minutes, the 2 developers.
Right.
And people got tired because it's a fishing game for the most part. There is other stuff involved. It's got that Minecraft kind of bit style to it, that 3D world style to it. But this is all about fishing and cooking and doing fun stuff like that. This is a total chill game. This is my style of game when I want to relax before I go to bed. So Moonglow Bay, this would probably be one I actually play on my phone and my Razer Kishi. Moonglow Bay comes out October 26th for Xbox Game Pass. So make sure you guys, if you're looking for a super chill game, fishing game, go check this out. It's got RPG elements to it as well. There's a lot more to it than that, but they've been showing off like the amount of fish that you can catch because they got all different sorts of crazy stuff in there. Go check that one out. What else? Age of Empires 4 again coming out for Xbox Game Pass on PC. Backbone is coming to Game Pass as well. Still, I was right on that. October 28th. So that's that anamorphic where you're cat or or like a lion, panther, whatever you want to say, or raccoon or fox. It's a world inhabited by animals in human form. And it's kind of like a noir story. It's a detective story. So go check that out. It's supposed to be actually pretty good. I've heard people talk about it. So Backbone, October 28th. Bassmaster Fishing 2022 Steel.
Oh, there you go. I know you were ready to fish.
I don't know how you forgot to tell me about this, man. We gotta go fishing together, brother. We can do this. We can go down to. They probably got Florida lakes on here, man. They probably got Minnesota lakes for me too.
Probably.
We could probably visit each other.
Might as well,
Bassmaster Fishing 2022 coming to Xbox Game Pass on October 28th for all you fishing heads out there. That is coming. Fatal Frame, we're not even going to talk about. That's not coming. Whatever. What else we got? We got anything else for Game Pass this week? I don't think so. I think that's it. So we got Bassmaster, we got Moonglow Bay, we got Backbone, and then Age of Empires 4 on PC. So good week for Game Pass again. Got some cool stuff coming in there. And that is this week's new games coming out. We are done with that, Steel.
Excellent, man. That's excellent. Again, another lineup of games that, hey, if you didn't know, if you weren't up to date on, hey, that's what we're here for, man. I feel like it's one of the things that we do differently from a lot of other people, the upcoming game versus the also this day in gaming segment. Again, treating gaming as art as it should be. Again, I mean, you look forward to shoe releases, right? You look forward to that new car releasing, right? Why can't you look forward to these new games releasing, especially with some of the ecosystems that we have now, some of the services that we have now? It's kind of like, hey, let's see what's available. Again, I would have not played Riftbreaker if it was not in Game Pass. I wouldn't have played it. I wouldn't have been like, let me just try it out. Because I legitimately said, let me just try this out. And then, hours later, I'm talking about hours. Every time that I played this darn game, man, I get at least sucked in 2 hours minimum, bare minimum. And most of the time it ends up being 4 hours minimum, to where I'm just in a block and I'm like, hey, it was 4 hours later? Goodness. And I'm just so enveloped in the world. And it's an amazing thing that I really don't want people to, look over, take advantage of it while we have it. It doesn't matter how much money they're making off of it. That's a whole entirely different conversation. You know what I mean? Let's just be grateful for the fact that we're having this age of accessibility. We're in the golden age of gaming, and that gaming just has never been better for us in the community than it kind of has been now. So that's the main thing to consider. Definitely keep that in mind. Other than that, man, Pong, I think it is about that time, man. We gotta give the people what they want. They're like, oh, upcoming games is good. Y'all telling me about y'all's week is good and all. Shout out to you, Marlesco, just jumping in. I see you. Sly Crow, Crazy Louie. Shouting out some people really quickly. Dragon Wolf, what's going on? Just shouting out some people real quick. Nix, that just dropped in here. But we have to give the people what they want, man. I know week by week, Dragonheart Yobi came up with that phrase. Hey, man, we need Pongs. We gotta bring them back to reality moment.
Get some help.
Bring them back to reality. Get some help. Segment, and we're going to start it off early because there's a lot of spice in this first topic. There's a lot of interesting things to say in this first topic, and there has been quite a few, not only talks on the forums, but also on our own personal Twitter spaces, man. People are kind of going out of control. People are not admitting to some of the things that they said, and as humans, what else can you expect? But with that,
them goalposts got wheels, Steel. Them goalposts got steel.
They got big wheels, big wheels. And what I'm talking about is the whole God of War coming to PC fiasco that was announced this week. Man, have the times changed?
Tell him, Steel.
What happened to if this game will never come? There's no reason why PlayStation would ever do this. This devalues the console. They would never do that. Why would they? They make plenty of money off the PlayStation 4. They don't need to put it on PC. If the day that God of War goes to PC, I'll become a Nintendo guy. Like, come on, man. It's not that serious, to be completely honest with you. It's one of those things to where, again, kind of like me and Paul touched on earlier, if you would have been paying attention to the wide scope pull back on that RTS view, kind of like what you're seeing right here on Riftbreaker right now, you might be able to see a little bit more than what is just in your face, or maybe having those blinders on like you're a horse and you can only see straight. That might be part of the problem. But since that is a problem with some people, I felt like it was something interesting to talk about because there are quite a few ways to feel about it. And I'm actually going to bring up some this article from PC Gamer. Shout out to him. PC Gamer does tend to put out some solid articles, even though they kind of swing back and forth. But mainly because they brought up some good points in this article, and I kind of want to go through it and then essentially talk about it from there. So we're going to start off with the only on PlayStation promise. So, PC Gamer starts off in this section saying, only on PlayStation was promised in games like Bloodborne, God of War, Spider-Man, and The Last of Us Part 2 delivered. And they did. Those are good games. You had to have a PlayStation to play some of the best games being made in the world. Now, again, can't look into that too much. That's opinions to each its own. We all feel differently about that. But to continue, and that's the business model, and that still makes sense. It just makes less sense than ever before. One of the ways in which the gaming industry and PC gaming specifically has changed is that consoles are no longer the best bang for your buck when it comes to gaming performance. Okay. I also wanted to bring this article up because this still kind of shows you that people still say some wild stuff. I don't 100% agree with that statement. I still feel like console gaming is going to be the best bang for your buck regardless. But anyway, something like that, they go on to say something like the Xbox Series S is sold on a low price and high performance, and while the PlayStation 5 is a beast, it has a price tag to match. The wider issue, however, is that PC gaming is bigger than it's ever been, and even a mid-range rig can comfortably run PlayStation 4 games. Again, the comparisons that they're using here, kind of off, but again, it's PC Gamer. And for them to be called PC Gamer, they're really leaning one way right now, but it is what it is. I honestly, I wouldn't say, yes, a mid-range PC could definitely run PlayStation 4 games, but a PlayStation 4 is also worth less than $300, where a mid-range PC is worth $1,000, at least. So there's that. So the whole bang for your buck conversation right there kind of goes out the window. I'm starting to lose some credibility in this article right now. But
you were just praising PC gamers.
Because I do tend to like PC Gamer. I like some of their opinion pieces. This one's kind of going out the wild on the wild a little bit, but it's still something we could talk about because again, this kind of shows you just the mentality that the majority has still. I mean, because this isn't just, for example, in this article, this isn't just PC Mag. You know what I'm saying? PC Gamer, whatever the case might be. There's a lot of other people who feel this the same specific way, whether it's accurate or not. It's called brand power. That's what it does. So anyway, they go on to say the landscape has shifted. The old concept of consoles was very much the razor blade model. You sold great hardware at a loss and you made money over the years to come from a cut on every title sold. But now there are countless millions of other machines in the world capable of playing those games. That's the main thing that's always been my issue with this whole conversation. And again, I'm kind of going down the list and breaking it down as it's kind of getting talked about, is that we definitely have walked into an age, stepped into an era to where PC and the consoles are talking on the same language. The biggest issue that we had before is that they were not talking on the same language. They were console games were made specifically for console, and PC games were made specifically for PC. And like I made a post this week saying, if there's anything that we've learned this year so far, is that console players want PC games and PC gamers want console games. And that's always been the case. Whether anybody's going to admit that to you or not, that's to each their own. But I can tell you right now, that's always been the case. There's a reason why PC gamers always say, oh, well, the game's going to look better over here. It's always going to look better where I play it at. I mean, it's true. I mean, when you spend more for your hardware, you'd expect to get more of the advantages, right? Whereas for console, you're buying a closed ecosystem that's now kind of opening up through what Xbox is doing with Game Pass and making it so accessible now, that we're kind of, this new standard is kind of being set at this point. So yes, are there countless other millions of machines that you can hop on now? Yes, but at the same time, we're moving towards that direction, right? And people are trying to accept that. I'm not going to say that people are kind of up in arms about it, because people are trying to accept it. And it's part of the change, yes, nonetheless. So they go on to say, exclusivity isn't dead. It's just timed now. PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X still need to have something you can't get elsewhere. But after a while, the perception of bringing something like Demon's Souls to PC won't matter so much. Looking at something like God of War from Sony's perspective, you can bet when this was first discussed, the question of whether it would dull the luster of the PlayStation brand was raised. But you know why it happened anyway. Of course you do. Cold, hard cash. Which I can agree with them at this point. God of War has sold all it's going to sell on PlayStation 4, just under 20 million, according to Sony. But a PC version is going to sell again into a much wider audience that already knows the game is going to be good. For Sony to keep God of War exclusive to PlayStation would have simply meant leaving money on the table, and companies like Sony just don't do that. Man, PC gamer knows. Goodness gracious. It's a solid point, man. It legitimately is. Again, I mean, when you've sold all that you can do on your console, you have to push it forward, right? You have a new game coming out. You want to get more traction on it. You want to get more eyes on it. Now, is it going to, like they stated in this article, is it going to open it up to a wider audience? Yeah, it opens up to a wider audience. Did Horizon sell 20 more copies when it came to PC? No, but it did sell more. And every little bit is a bonus, especially after the game's been out for a while. Do I feel like at some point soon that this is going to end up being a date thing so they can have that money up front? Yeah, because I feel like after years, when you're already going into your second game, or maybe when you're not thinking about it so much, these companies aren't thinking about, yeah, I mean, of course they're thinking about the long-term return and everything like that, but don't you think they much rather want to have that upfront return? The upfront wider audience, the upfront masses of people that are speaking on their games and getting it sold to their buddies, their friends, the neighbor, all these things? I do. I think that's the direction that's going to end up happening, but that's neither here or there. They continue to say, don't take my word for it. Sony CEO of Interactive Entertainment, Jim Ryan, in February this year says, a few things changed. We find ourselves now in early 2021 with our development studios and the games that make in better shape than there've ever been before. Particularly from the latter half of the PS4 cycle, our studios made some wonderful, great games. There's an opportunity to expose those great games to a wider audience and recognize the economics of game development, which are not always straightforward. The cost of making games goes up with each cycle, and the caliber of the IP has improved. Also, our ease of making it available on non-console owners has grown. So it's a fairly straightforward decision for us to make. He said this in February? Man, that was 2021 he said that? I swear some people were saying some other things, though. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I was just imagining things. With this, again, it's demonstrating that these companies aren't stupid, man. Like, I mean, you can't sit here and think that Sony's not looking over the fence at the competitor, over that 6-foot fence, and like, man, they got some nice grass over there. They really just, I know they just put it in. They call some guy in from out of town. They got to lay it down, man. I know it's not organic grass, but it might be AstroTurf, but it's working. It looks good. It looks good. They go on to say the direction of travel was clear, but Kratos on PC is a watershed moment. Not quite sure what they mean by that, but all right. The God of War is no longer bound to PlayStation. Of course, this means that down the line, we'll almost certainly see God of War Ragnarok 2. Consoles are not irrelevant, and they're not going away. They offer a different gaming experience, and some people, Jim Ryan himself included, will always want the couch option, but they're no longer the walled gardens they once were because, frankly, it makes no financial sense. No, not only does it not make financial sense, but it also, we've moved on. There's no separation anymore. It doesn't need to be separated anymore. There was this whole thing before where the reason these console games were on PC is because they were specifically designed for consoles. Closed ecosystem. It required a lot more work to get put on PC because of how things get built. So to continue, but they're no longer the walled gardens that they once said they were. It's not that PC has won the battles to eventually have all the best game, but that PC gaming just got so big that battling against it no longer makes sense, even for God of War. And then they go on to say, heck, I guess we really did win the console war. And he's talking about PC guys. So with that said, man, this put a lot of different things into perspective. At least for kind of the whole thought process, not only of Sony, Jim Ryan, and everything that we're moving into, but also of just other people who write articles and whatnot, these journalists and everything. Seeing this entire play for God of War coming over, again, it has never been a negative to me. I've never understand why people see it as a negative, see it as, oh, the console's being devalued. There's no reason. And even as they stated in this article, they stated multiple times, hey, consoles aren't irrelevant. There's still a point for them. Now, do I agree with the points that they were stating in this article? No, not necessarily. Because, I mean, of course, them being PC guys, they're saying that PC is not going to end up being like the place to have all the games. I think it will end up being, but I don't think that's going to matter either. Because for the same fact that not everybody who plays games wants a PC. Not everybody wants to deal with that. Just because it's available doesn't mean that Pong's gonna go get a PC when he can go whenever he wants to go get a PC. Pong will get a PC, per my understanding, more for work than he'll get it for the game. You know what I'm saying? That gives you that perspective. It's ease of access. It's easier to come home, turn your console on, turn the TV on, and you're ready. It's another thing to do the same thing, but now you got to updates. Now you have to make sure your drivers are good. Now you got to make sure that the game is going to run fine. Is all my graphical settings affecting my gameplay? What frame rate do I really want to play at? What resolution do I really want to play at? You got so many things to think about when you're a PC gamer. Yes, then can I come home and just turn it on? Yes, because I've got it to this point though. That's the difference. Like, there's so much more work that has to be put into PC gaming than a lot of people try to give credit to. And a lot of people also like overlook that because they're constantly doing it all the time. Your common person is not going to buy a PC and do all this work that you think that they're going to do. That's why we always talk about people when people say, oh, you make such a big deal when you got to replace these things and these parts. They're so easy to replace. No, they're not. Like Pong has said here, and like I've said it here before, if you've seen the way people treat their phones that you just simply plug a charger into, then you can understand why people mess up everything else. Have you seen some of these controllers that people post? They're like, oh, my controller's broken. It got drifts and they're freaking, it's all greasy. And it's like, they look like you ate a pound of chocolate and picked up the controller right afterwards and it was melting. I don't get it. But there's this whole other perspective of things going on to where again, accessibility isn't a problem, and it shouldn't be a problem, and it doesn't devalue the console, because the only thing this is doing is allowing those games you take so much pride in to continuously have support. That's one of my main subjects about it, but I really wanted to pass it back off to you, Pong, because I've definitely been wanting to hear some takes from your perspective before we talk about this any further. How do you feel about God of War coming to PC? The one game that could never happen this way, and does it kind of lead credence to the fact that not only is God of War going to end up coming, that Spider-Man, Demon Souls, we got Uncharted, the Lost Legacy collection coming. Doesn't it lead credence that there's something else along the horizon, even as they stated in this article, that fine line has kind of been blended at this point? How are you feeling about it, man? How are you feeling about the craziness that's been going on throughout the week? People hosting spaces about it, saying, oh man, it's the end of the world. How are you feeling about this whole thing, man?
Oh man, Steel, this is why we need to broadcast to the 2 billion, 3 billion people.
Yeah.
Look, we are a small channel, but if people had been listening to us along with others, okay, I'm not going to take all credit here, Steel, but since we are on Living SplitScreen, since the people that enjoy listening to us are here now and maybe listening to us in the future,
right?
I'm going to say it. If everybody had just been listening to us and get themselves out of that bubble, like I said earlier,
right?
Take that satellite view, that RTS view that Steel likes to say, which is a great analogy. Take that view and remove yourself from all the garbage.
Right.
Look, there's so many facets to this. First of all, let me start here. If you want gaming news, if you just want to hear what you want to hear, go listen to the Clown Show. Okay. If you just want to get that side of things and you just want to be told for the most part, a lot of, I won't say all because again, absolutes, but a lot of wrong stuff. And you just want to hear the fanboyism and you just want to hear the rah stuff. Continue listening to certain people in this community. But if you want the truth, if you want to take a real honest to goodness look at where the industry is going, start finding other voices, because those voices there, again, intellectual dishonesty, right?
Yeah.
It's flat out, they know they're too smart, right? They're too smart to not know. If they are honestly hosting podcasts, that means that they are honestly looking at information as well.
Yep.
But when they come to you and they start telling you and they tell you their point of view, they're giving you a dishonest take on the entire situation, just to give people that show up there, their fans, what they want to hear, not what's really happening. Look, you got to start seeing other shows. Steel and I, again, because we cover the industry as a whole and we look at these things. Yeah, we're not professional analysts. Okay. We're not in the industry, but Steel and I have a passion for gaming, and that passion means that we do read things. But when Steel and I come to talk to you people about this stuff, we're going to give you a satellite view. Yes, it's still going to be our opinion. Yes, we could still be wrong about a lot of things. Absolutely. But we're not going to give you this slanted view from a fanboy perspective about things. Even that's why when I talk about Nintendo, yes, you can hear my amusement and my frustration with Nintendo when I talk about Nintendo, but I still respect the hustle. And I could still look at a game like Metroid Dread and say, damn, that looks really good. Nice job. Nice job, Nintendo. Right. I'm not going to come at it and be like, oh, shit, crap. I don't want that. I don't play Nintendo. So why do I want that? It's garbage. I'm not going to do that. No. Right. I'm not going to do that. So Steel and I here have been trying to say this for a long time, that if you want to look at where things are going and you have a curiosity about what's going to happen down the road with this industry that so happens to be our hobby that we enjoy, you got to take a step back. You got to remove yourself from these fanboys bubbles, get out of the spaces that, have clickbait titles in them that talk about Xbox is dying, or talk about even, PlayStation is dead. Xbox is conquering all. It doesn't matter. If you get that kind of slant, guess what? You're feeding yourself junk food, because it's not real. right? It's not organic. It's not what's really happening out here in the world. So this God of War thing was something that we all knew was coming. We all have known for a very long time, because everything that you just read off that PC gamer, there's still, yes, it was an opinion piece, but everything you were talking about and all of your insights, guess what? It's called business at the end of the day. Business. This is a business. And you've heard that a million times from Steel and I and others. This is a business. This is about money. This is about the bottom line. That's why Jim Ryan is in the position he is in, right? Because it's about the bottom line for Sony more so than other companies, because Sony Corp relies on PlayStation so much for so much of the revenue that they have to look at this stuff. They don't have the freedom per se of an Xbox. Yes, Microsoft is looking at Xbox as a money-making machine right now, and they're investing into it because of that. But for Sony's side of things, they have to increase their customer base. They are capped right now, as we have talked about. They are capped. If they continue to try to do the Nintendo thing and just be a console maker, it's not going to work. Why? Because they aren't making the money off of every single piece of hardware and content that Nintendo is. Nintendo is a unique position. As King David, shout out to Iron Lords again, likes to say, they are a toy company. Nintendo is a toy company.
He's not wrong.
In a lot of ways, he's not wrong. Their model works, that old model works, because they make money off of everything they put out. That's why they go with the cheaper hardware, so they can make money off the hardware up front. That's why they go ahead and recycle old games, because it doesn't cost them anything, and they're just making hand over fist every time they sell a copy, and they know they're going to sell 20, they're going to sell through 20%, right? Attach rate at minimum. Some of them 30, some of them 40% attach rates.
Different.
That's how that model works. Sony can't do that. Sony's in the same business that Xbox is in, but they're behind the times. So they have to expand that customer base. They are capped with their consoles. They know this. They know this. Jim has looked at the numbers, seen the numbers. The console, as Steel has said many times here, as I have talked about, the console market has been capped for about the past 5 years.
At least
5, maybe 10. Maybe 10. It's been, there's a mark, and everybody knows it in the industry. So what are you going to do to go find other people? You have to go where the people are. And where are those people right now? Mobile, PC, right? That's where your untapped market is. So guess what? Sony is finally making a move that way. And if you're a Sony diehard and you hate it, too bad. As I say, buckle up, get some help, because it's only going to get a lot rougher for you. You're going to hate Sony by the end of this if you don't like where they're going. Okay, so you better go switch to Nintendo, or you better go find something else as far as a hobby goes, because you're not going to like it at the end of the day. If all you like is physical copies, guess what? Eventually that's going to end 10, 15, 20 years down the line. We're going to be all digital at some point. That's a fact. Yeah, there might be still some copies out there, but we're headed towards digital age. So buckle up, because it's only going to get worse for you. But the 100%. Sony fanboys out there that hate this, that think this devalues their purchase, too bad, so sad. Guess who it doesn't devalue the purchase for? Sony. Because guess what? Sony's going to start making more money than they ever have before. Guess what that means? More content for all of you who are crying out there. That's right, clowns. That's right. They're going to give you more content. Despite that you hate it, you think it devalues, for Jim's bottom line, it doesn't. More games, bigger games, better investments, more developers coming underneath the Sony umbrella like Xbox is doing right now. That's what it means for you, because Sony is going to make a killing. It took hours before God of War was the #1 for just the pre-orders on Steam. It just took hours. Why? Because there are fans craving. PC gamers, as Steel has talked about, have been demanding console games, which is hilarious, right? Because PCMR, right? They want console games. Guess what? They're getting them. Congratulations. Congratulations, PC people. You know what? More power to you. You guys are getting the best of all worlds right now. That's fantastic. And I'm happy for you as well that you get to enjoy these console games. But for Sony, at the end of the day, putting God of War over there made perfect sense. For all the clowns who want to move goalposts, go ahead, keep moving your goalposts, keep making new rules. go ahead and decide that, oh, you were going to complain about the stuff when Xbox did it back in the day, but now you're going to praise Sony for it. Go ahead. Again, you're showing everybody your true colors. You're showing your entire fan base your true colors. That means you don't stick to your principles. You're just ready to move them at any moment because, hey, now it's good for our side. So, hey, now we're going to cheer the team on. Guess what? You're fake. Okay. People know this. People know this. They catch on. It may not happen overnight, but people are going to find out who you really are. Right. So again, you want to give the people that are fans of you the best information, then remove the fanboy bullshit, take off the clown makeup and start talking real talk about the industry, because people are going to find out they can go elsewhere, like here, like Boom Show, like RDX, like wherever, and get real talk about the gaming industry.
Right.
There's a million other people out here doing this, right? They're going to get the real talk and the facts. So again, stop it. Go ahead and do it if you want to. But again, if you want to have credibility left at the end of the day, knock it off. Start trying to look at it from an intellectual standpoint. And if you are internally doing that, but you are being dishonest about it outwards, then you are just nothing but a straight up fanboy. So stop doing that to your audience, right? You may think that might get you somewhere. Some people have grown some pretty big channels around here on that, but eventually it's going to come back to you because you're not giving real talk. Sony did what they needed to do. Jim Ryan, again, as much as I say that he should not be the front-facing person, Herman Hulst should be the front-facing person for Sony when speaking to gamers, because he is just more of a gamer than Jim is. But Jim is a businessman. I've always given him credit for that. He did amazing with the European division. He has proven himself. He worked his way up from the bottom, or not really from the bottom, but he did work his way up in Sony. He's been there for an extremely long time from the beginning, and he deserves his position because this is what they needed to take them into this direction. Yes, Sean Layden did start some of this. We've heard Sean talk about it in interviews. And yes, I do believe that Sean also saw this as where it was going, but Sean didn't want to trim the fat that the Sony Corp did. So Jim was brought in to cut the fat, which again, Japanese studios and that kind of stuff going away, the Japan studios going away. I hate that because that's talent and they made some great stuff. And I wish it didn't have to be that way, but for Sony Corp, it does. So Jim was brought in to do this stuff. I am so thankful and happy that God of War is coming to PC, that more people are going to be experiencing it, even though it's not the greatest game of all time for me. I liked what I played. It's a definitely high quality game. Again, high quality game, not going to take anything away from it. It is a well done game. I enjoyed my time that I did put into it. It just didn't capture me like it captured a lot of people.
It didn't do the same thing for me either.
I like the old God of Wars better. That's just me. But at the end of the day, this is a game that deserves to be enjoyed by as many people as possible. And now that's starting to open up. So I think this is the first step. It's going to take Sony a while to get to the point. I think that as we move forward through this gen, and this gen, again, I'm predicting last 8 to 10 years as it stands, one of the longest gens that we have had, if not the longest gen that we will have. I think that we will see Sony shrink that time frame down. I think they're doing it slowly but surely. I don't know if they'll ever get to a point where every single one of their titles is day and date. But I think we do get down to the point where even if it's not day and date, it's going to be within 6 months, right? The first 6 months. And I think that just makes sense from a financial standpoint, from a hype standpoint. Yes, you can catch the wave on the back end. You were absolutely correct. You can get all your sales up front, but why not just open it up to everybody?
Facts.
Wherever it's available, you will get the same amount of sales that you would, and
more,
money in the
probably.
bank. You're right. And money in the bank now is worth more than it is in the future. Right. So waiting all that time to get that money doesn't make sense from a business standpoint. Okay. So they're going to have to judge that. They'll do their internal analytics and kind of figure out where they want the numbers to be. But I think that we will see it shrink down to the point where we are starting to get close to day and date stuff from Sony elsewhere. This excites me on a number of different levels because the industry, we need the competition. We need Sony to stay in this, which they're going to be here for a very long time. But we also need the industry to move forward. Xbox is trailblazing right now with Game Pass. They're doing something that nobody else has tried to do with their service. Yes, others have their services, but not to the level that Xbox is trying to bring Game Pass.
Right.
And I think Sony, like you talked about, Steel, is watching this. and they are waiting for their moment to introduce their own type of service. I think they're still trying to define what they want to do in this new digital era, in this streaming era. They've got a lot to work out because they don't have the back end, as we've talked about. They don't have the infrastructure that an Xbox does have with Microsoft at its back. That changes how they can go about this and how they have to strategize to enter this space. So I think that is still being determined, but these little steps, getting everybody used to the fact that Sony games now will be appearing elsewhere outside of the Sony hardware. That is the first step. And if PC gamers can come to know that, hey, eventually Sony games will start coming this way, then guess what? That anticipation is going to create hype as well. And it's going to open up more people to be like, oh, good, bring them on over. And we've seen that already. We've seen it again. It shot to #1 within hours. They're ready for these games. So, and like you talked about, Steel, as well, now that the architecture is getting closer and closer between console and computers, PCs, at the end of the day, that's going to be even easier transition period and development time, which again cuts down on costs and helps these companies out. And so it just makes sense that they went out and got Nixus.
Yeah, I mean,
Nixus is brought in to do this. This is what they wanted. So nothing but praise for Sony for finally doing this stuff. I want to see more of it. I'd like to see Spider-Man come. That's the next big one that everybody's saying no way. I think it eventually. I don't see why not either. And I think that it just opens up more and more opportunities. And you kind of touched on it with the Geforce thing being open.
Geforce,
GeForce, being open to opening up the availability on the Edge browser.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look, that excites me because I've been talking about it. In a perfect world, I'd be able to play all my games wherever I want to, right? In a perfect world. But we're getting to that point with accessibility now as more and more people enter this space and more companies open themselves up to it. Nintendo, probably 2050. But anyways, as more and more companies do this, that possibility becomes a reality, right? And for me, that's exciting because I have not bought my PS5 yet, right? If it gets to the point where GeForce is, I've checked out their pricing and stuff, it's not too bad. And if all these games, I know not every game comes there, so that's kind of the caveat. But if it does, and I can start getting my RTS, even if it's at a lesser quality, which it will be, but NVIDIA is putting in a lot of money to be able to run 4K, 60. I think they almost said 120, didn't they? And some games, because they're going to run 3080 stuff. It's going to be basically 3080. So they're spending a lot of money, just like Xbox did, to get their stuff up and running. If it gets to the point, Steel, where I can have a good experience and not have to buy hardware, but I can have a good experience on my TV streaming stuff, I'm all about it, man. That helps me out as a budget gamer, right? I know it's not going to replace the actual having the console or having the PC in your home experience. It's not supposed to. But if I can access God of War through my browser on my Series X and I can play it on my big screen, why not? Yeah, I might be down for that, man. I might really be down for that. So I think it's cool. Sony is conducting business as they should. And again, this is business. That's what everybody needs to remember. Anybody who's not talking about the business side of things is doing you wrong. Anybody who is just purely talking about it from, I need to justify my purchase of my piece of plastic, of my hardware. Look, if you're hearing that from somebody in so many words, you're getting the wrong information, because that's what this is about. That's not what this is.
The conversation is so much deeper than that. And just wanted to throw it back to what I was speaking on with Horizon not selling like super amounts of copies on PC. I wanted to bring this number up. As of September 23rd of 2020, I'm pulling this from Video Games Chronicles. The Horizon Zero Dawn sold 716,000 copies on PC. So, I kind of feel like that number would have been a lot higher if the game would have been out on release. tours
And
when
if
the
it
game was
wasn't a
more
bad
relevant.
port,
I mean, that
because
too.
it was a bad port.
That too.
A lot of people had problems with it.
In the beginning, it was very terrible in the beginning and everything else. So it needed work again. But that's why Sony acquired Nixes and acquired people who could solely focus on those things. Sony tried to outsource it. If people don't know the story, Sony outsourced this to get ported to PC, and the people who outsourced it didn't do that great, and they had to come back in. Guerrilla Games had to come back in and do the work anyway to get it fixed. And now the game runs fine. But even at 716,000 copies, that's almost an extra million of people that you didn't have before. Now, if it would have did right in the beginning, and maybe if it would have been closer to launch when this came out, this could have sold much more. Maybe it could have sold 5 million copies. Maybe it could have sold more. Who knows? But it's the fact that when you look at these numbers, it can be nothing but a benefit to the overall gaming industry, to the overall, so it's nothing but a benefit to Sony overall. They're not losing anything out of this. You're not going to turn, again, like I mentioned earlier, you're not going to turn around and say, damn, my console is worthless to me now. I'm going to go get a PC. You're not going to do that. Nobody has ever done that since the beginning of gaming. Anybody could have been done. You could have been doing that if that was the case, if it was just that easy, but it's not. There's a reason why console, even myself as somebody, I love PC gaming. I also love console gaming. There are legitimate moments that actually was here recently. Destiny 2 is a good example of that, before the whole crossplay thing, where I didn't touch my PC for a while. Again, my PC sat for 2 weeks if I wasn't doing actual work on it, and I was only playing on my console. I do that too, as somebody who has accessibility to PC. Why? Because I can simply just turn it on. Maybe my wife is watching TV. Boom. Next thing you know, I'm playing a game. Next thing, especially this generation, like, it's seamless. Even my wife, yes, she is a gamer and everything, but she's not as adamant as me. But even her, she went back to the One X that's in the living room, because I haven't replaced it yet. She went to the One X that's in the living room and was just like, I don't know how I was dealing with this before.
Yeah, right.
I was like, what do you mean? She was like, it's just the Series S in the room just boots up so fast and the game pulls up so quick. And I was like, yeah, I mean, that's what we've been experiencing on the PC side of thing, of what we've always wanted to come over into the console side of things, so people can get that experience. The same thing with the 60 FPS thing.
And still, real quick before I lose this point in my head, because I totally forgot this too. But you were talking about the Horizon Zero Dawn port and stuff like that. Look, if you need any more clarity on how serious Sony is with this, look at what they've done with this God of War. This isn't a simple straight port. Like Horizon Zero Dawn was kind of like a
it was kind of a straight port. Yeah.
This is going to be the definitive edition of God of War.
Everything.
And they might try to bring this to PS5 as a director's cut, like they've been doing. Mm-hmm. But man, some of the side-by-side screenshots, they are putting work into this God of War.
It looks complete.
Yeah, it looks crazy good. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but I didn't want to lose that thought, because that shows how serious they aren't just going, we're just going to throw, just
this isn't the GTA trilogy.
Correct. Right. This isn't just a straight cash grab. They are trying to establish themselves on the PC side, because the PC players, as you well know, Steel, expect a certain level, right? They expect out of their games, they expect a certain standard to be set when a game comes over. And if it doesn't live up to that, like Horizon Zero Dawn, a lot of people will shun it and say, yeah, no, thanks. Anyways. But this one right here with God of War, as it should be, is being treated like a king, right? And they are doing everything that, like I said, go look at those side-by-side screenshots. They are putting work to give that PC player who may have not played this on their PlayStation the definitive experience, and something that they can boot up on their PC and go, this is why I have, this is why I just invested, $1,500 into a 3070, right? Or a 38. This is why I built this rig, right? Because I want games to look like this, right? And they can even turn around, kind of snicker at the PlayStation players and go, I got the better version of your game over here. It's still got some of that to it. Yeah. But that shows how serious Sony is. They're not just simply going, just throw it on there. We're just going to grab some money. they're doing more than that. So I think that's fantastic.
No, and that's the amazing thing about it, man. Because again, you just see that there's so much of a bigger play at work than people like to give credence to. Again, like you said, man, they're putting so much work on the back end to make sure that everybody's not only the people that played it originally, are you having a good experience, you're able to play at 60 now, but we're also, you know, upscaling everything and making it, you know, adapting it to PC, kind of like the same thing that Halo's doing, man. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the biggest conversations I had this week. They dropped that video this week on YouTube, talking about the PC experience and everything that they're doing for that. How they completely overhauled everything and wanted to make sure that everything felt seamless. That no matter what console that you were playing on, whether it was PC, whether it was Xbox, whether it was cloud, that everything felt as seamless as possible. When you see people do things like, and I'm pretty sure you know, people over at Sony are going to be doing the same types of things, but when you see people at Xbox and 343 doing things like taking a camera and monitoring the time it takes your finger to hit that mouse button, to the time it takes to input on the screen for you, and really measure that down. So not only are you have the input latency that's being managed from the hardware side or the tech side of everything, like Jason Ronald and everything, like those people be talking about, as far as when they give us updates and they put new firmware in the controllers and everything else like that, when they drop new firmware and whatnot, you're not only getting it on the actual system level, you're also getting it on the technical level, but then you're also getting it on the software level. And that is the point that we're at right now. Like, I don't see a problem with that at all. This has done nothing but give people more of a want to jump into gaming than it's ever had before. Which is why I don't get that whole, I don't get it. Again, to each your own. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You can be messy if you want to be messy. You think it's funny, cool. But at some point, you have to look yourself in the mirror and be like, man, what is the point? What am I trying to accomplish with this? Is it just for you to get on here, have a good time, talk some smack with folks? Cool. I've did that plenty of times, but I'm also not that type of gamer. So I like to talk smack. I like to have a good time, but at the same time, I like to have real conversation too. So, and that's our main thing with this. I feel like at least it's remembering what the point of it all is. So,
spot on, Steel.
I guess that also kind of leads on touching the whole PlayStation State of Play. Kind of go ahead and throw that in there since we're talking about Sony and whatnot. Yeah. I don't know what to expect from the State of Play, honestly. Just because, I mean, of course, I could probably guess at a few things, but just because I don't know what else they could release towards the end of the year that they haven't announced yet. Or maybe they got some things moved around as people started really hustling or whatever the case, putting in some extra overtime, and then maybe some games that
they did a good job of setting the expectations.
They did.
You know, again, it's not a huge one. It's gonna be 20 minutes. And they said it's going to focus. Yeah, it's going to be 20 minutes. They said it's going to be just based on the upcoming third party stuff. And they did say that there'll probably be a couple of new looks at some new stuff there as well. But otherwise, it's just going to be updates on some of the third parties going on. So you know, again, maybe we see something from another third-party deal that we haven't heard about yet. Maybe we find out what Blue Point's working on, which has been rumored to be, you know, Metal Gear. We've heard Bloodborne. So maybe they finally talk about Bloodborne.
Maybe.
You know, be coming back as a remaster. You know, and the PC version. Supposedly the PC version is done. Supposedly they have that done and ready to rock and roll.
That'd be nice to see.
So yeah, it would be interesting. So I think they did. I mean, in their blog, they really did set the expectations well. But for 20 minutes, I'm not expecting a whole lot. I'm expecting some indie stuff that maybe we didn't know about. Some new indie stuff, smaller stuff that they've got working on. But no, I mean, it's good. Again, people were out here, you know, saying PlayStation's not talking, PlayStation's not showing us anything. And honestly, they do have kind of a dry spell right now. If you look at it from a realist standpoint, it is a dry spell. It's not abnormal for Sony during the holidays to have a dry spell. They like to hit the early part of the year versus Xbox's focus on the end of the year. Yeah, we've talked about that in the past. So this isn't out of character. They did drop a lot for PlayStation 5. We can look back. Now, we can argue about whether all those games hit or whether all those games appealed to everybody that owns a PlayStation 5. There were a lot more specific titles when it comes to genre that weren't necessarily universal. They didn't have that universal kind of game out there. But again, with everything they dropped at the end of PlayStation 4 rolling into this gen now, they've dropped a ton. I mean, their studios have pumped out a ton of content. Not gonna lie. So this little dry spell here, it is what it is, and they're trying to fill it. The good news is they're out here talking because they realize, as we've been saying, Steel, this isn't a we're not console centric here. Yes, we both play on Xbox predominantly. You got PC involved in there. If I could budget in a PS5, I would have it right now. But so we are Xbox. But look, Xbox has just got so much going on. They are they're a headline grabbing all the time. Like each and every week, there's something basically coming out on Xbox. Yeah, exactly. Whereas PlayStation used to be last gen in that position. So right now they kind of find themselves in this kind of awkward out of character situation where they're not grabbing the headlines all the time. So it's good to see them come out with these little state of plays, even if they are mini, because it does get their fan base talking. It gives us stuff to talk about on the podcast. And so I think they are trying to keep themselves in the news, even if it is just smaller portions from what we're used to. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, and the biggest thing is I can see a Bloodborne PC announcement kind of being made here. But the other thing too is that we still have the Game Awards. I think Sony's still going to leave, I mean, Xbox too, honestly. But I think Sony's still going to leave a good amount of that stuff left on the table for a bigger audience. So that they can really, because I think I saw Neil GameSpot say something about it yesterday or the day before. If they drop something for Final Fantasy 16, then that would definitely be a showstopper, and it would be. I mean, Final Fantasy being Final Fantasy. Now, who knows? That could also use that time to announce Final Fantasy 7 remake coming to PC, because obviously, I guess it's just not going to come to Xbox at this point. So that could also be part of the conversation. Again, this could definitely be the time that they take to make more of those PC announcements, say, hey, lead people more in that direction. Again, they're spoon feeding everybody. You know what I mean? They're giving you a little bit of a time until you get used to it. And then eventually they'll give you the full meal and say, look, it's available everywhere. Now what? And then we'll wait for that argument to happen, I guess.
Yeah, no. And like you said, the Video Game Awards have turned into basically E3 part 2, right? It's got such and again, shout out to Jeff Keighley. I know everybody's got their opinion on Jeff Keighley. Again, I will always give him props for what he's done for this industry, to bring it to the level where he has a night of game awards that used to be, again, laughed at or looked at like sideways. And now he gets, crazy numbers of millions of people worldwide watching his show. And that means that that companies like Xbox and Sony are going to use it for some big stuff. And we saw that Xbox, announced Series X on the Game Awards. That never would have happened years ago. That would have been an E3 all day, every day. And they chose the Game Awards. So we are going to see some big stuff from both of them at the Game Awards. It is now like E3 part 2.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So I'm definitely anticipating that. So, but yeah, I feel like that definitely hits that God of War coming to PC topic, or just the exclusivity topic overall pretty hard. Again, I mean, we set the expectation every week here, man. I mean, we're excited about the overall industry and everything that's happening within it. Again, taking that top-down view and really looking at the entire map instead of just your own little section that's still that's only highlighted and everything else is kind of blacked out for you because you haven't done any exploring. Like I've always make that reference to with RTS games. So it's, again, man, it's an amazing thing. I'm hype, and we'll see what else comes out of these things, man. So then let's jump into, because this is just something I feel like you guys need to see. We're almost 2 hours.
We're doing Project M.
We're 2 hours into the show. I need
Let's
the
give
people.
them something good to look
I need
at.
the people to really see this, man. Okay. So
for anybody who's listening, first of all, for anybody who's listening on podcasts later, just audio only,
Facts.
You're going to miss out on this, but go Look it up. It's called Project M
Project M.
by it's something 13. What's the studio
Hound
name?
13.
Hound 13.
South
Go
Korean.
look this up on YouTube. It's a South Korean developer. Again, Steel and I specifically. Not every podcast does this. So this one I will shout us out from the rooftops. Steel and I have been telling people for a very long time since we started this to watch these Eastern developers that are up and coming. There is some magical stuff coming out. There is some talent over there. I said in the DMs to Steel, I said Xbox needs to set up shop. You know, Japan is great. I understand why they want it.
Right.
I understand why Phil's focused there. Set up shop in South Korea right now. China's a whole different story because of their politics, whatever else. There's still some great talent there as well, but set up shop in South Korea now. Establish a foothold, because I see this as a next big place for a lot of Eastern style games and up and coming developers. And if you get your foothold in South Korea right now, boy, oh boy, you got a good, bright future ahead of you, because just wait until you guys see this. But again, for all of our listeners out there, audio only listeners, go check it out. Hound 13, right?
Yes, Hound 13.
Hound 13, Project M. Look it up on YouTube. Watch the latest gameplay that they released, because that's what we're going to be showing right now. Action is off the charts. This is something special right here. Again, we won't know until the final product's out in the world, but from what we're seeing, this has got potential.
For sure, for sure. Hopefully you guys can hear that and it's not too loud. Even if you're on audio platforms, hopefully you can hear it and everything. But Project M is, they have it listed as a brutal action RPG game. From what I noticed from it, it looks like a Souls-like DMC style type game. DMC being Devil May Cry. A lot of dismemberment in here. The bosses have that, I say that Souls-like feel to them, where they're really over the top. Hopefully y'all can see the gameplay in action, but man, does it look outstanding. I'm talking about next gen gaming. This is the pinnacle. What I mean by detail, the amount of dismemberment, the blood, the arm, all of it.
All of it. It's just so gorgeous, Steel. And like you said, when she fights this boss and the things that happen when she dismembers the boss and has to crawl on the ground to fight her.
I wasn't expecting that, man.
No,
I was not looking for that. When that happened and the boss's moveset completely changed up, I was like, oh, why didn't nobody else think of this?
Yes, exactly. And again, YouTube compression does us no favors here.
No favors.
Go check out on YouTube. Go check it out straight on your TV. This is something really, really magical right here.
With another chick that's leading the story, man. That's the other thing that makes these things so amazing, is that we're getting more games, and I'm actually gonna run that back one more time as we talk about it. It's another one of those games, man, to where it can really redefine the genre again, man. Along with there's another game that I can't think of the name of right now. Crimson Desert is one of them. Again, it's along the same spectrum. If you ever play Black Desert, then you already have a feel of what Crimson Desert's going to be like. Except it's going to be more tailored to a single player experience, per our understanding. I think it was called Lost Soul Aside. No, that's the Final Fantasy game. It's the other one.
Don't look at that one.
It's the other one that's like a DMC style game that they showed off early, and he was fighting a bigger boss.
Yeah. You're talking about
can't think of the name of
showcase.
Yeah.
Right. God dang it.
Can't think of the name of it, but either way, it's games like this that really help define the genre and kind of set that new standard, especially graphics wise these days.
Yes.
Like, that's why I'm salty that like a Bayonetta can't be a next gen console. Let's really push it to the next level.
Project Eve, thank you, Mr.
Project Eve, but there's another one after that has a guy.
Oh, okay.
There was a guy. Project Eve is definitely another one, but there was another one. I was right. I had it right there, and I lost it. Oh well.
Yeah. That's okay.
But yeah, man, it's just this when Pong sent me this to the DMs, it automatically sent that hype level to the max. Because I mean that's my style of game, man. Like, this is the types of games that I will drop everything for and play. because I'm that interested in it. And then when you see all the things you've seen from the trailer like that, that's how you get somebody hype. Especially if the gameplay is going to be like that. And this is not this again. This isn't the only game that's presented itself like this.
No.
You know what I mean? So it's like, and this is games they have it set for 2023 as of right now. So and it's looking like more and more, as much as people said 2022 is going to be dead, there's nothing dropping in 2022, and we now know there's like an entire laundry list of games that are dropping in 2022, and now 2023 is looking like the year not only of the action RPG, but looks like the year for just gaming in general. There's so much coming that's anticipated coming out 2023, especially if the world starts getting back to normal and everything. Oh my goodness, these people start getting back in the studios. These people start getting back shoulder to shoulder with each other. You think that the development on some of these games, along with what they've learned through the pandemic, how to work a little bit more efficiently, how to make everything seem a little bit more seamless for them, even the people who haven't adapted as well, what they're going to be able to accomplish. Oh my goodness. It just gets me so hyped for what I'm anticipating to see in the future, right? Again, man, it's like, how can you not be hyped when you see things like that?
Yeah, brother. I mean, even again, when it came across my Twitter feed, like it was an automatic playing, right? And I was scrolling through, and also I'm like, wait, back this up. What is this? Like you said, it captures. We talk about this all the time, Steel, because it is the golden age of gaming, because we have so much money in this industry right now, because we have so much new talent coming into the industry. And people playing games now, we are seeing things that may be iterations of other games, but we're seeing it through different sets of eyes from different developers. And so even if they take the style of gameplay, look how her weapons were set up on her back came from Nier Automata, right? That was Nier Automata through and through. But these developers that are up and coming, this young talent that is out there, and I don't know who this Hound 13 is. It could be made up of veteran talent, but I got to assume, because it is South Korean, that it is fresh talent, right? That a lot of them are going to be new. You're getting different perspectives, and that's that diversity in gaming that brings something new to the table. And when you watch that trailer, like I said, you can pick out different styles from different games. We can see a lot of, obviously they took inspiration from a lot of different games within it, but that view of it, that how they put it together, the specific graphic style, like the environment, how that environment's set up. And then, like you were talking about the bosses, yes, they all can kind of have okay, I kind of seen some of that in other games, whatever. But at the end of the day, how that boss responds when he gets his legs chopped off and goes into that crawling mode, that hasn't been done in a lot of games before. Her finishing move, how she chops off the head, the gore looks unique. Like we've seen gore, we've seen a lot of gore, right? We've seen Gears of War burst on the scene and be like, why I'm chopping some dude in half. Wow.
Right.
But this is a different take on it, and it comes across in a new way. And that's what gets me excited. And like I said, until we get final product in the hands, we don't know. Who knows? We get the final product and the frames are at 15 frames per second. It ain't going to be that great, right? But at the end of the day, this new talent is just bringing in that new look to certain things that I get so excited about. And the stuff, now that we're in 2021, now that we're at this point where the industry is so huge, now that we're here where, like Sony, the architecture between PC and console, like we talked about, is similar. That just means these games have a chance to come everywhere, and that everybody gets to experience them. It's not going to be, I need a big, I need a 3080 rig, I need to go spend $3,000 to play this type of game anymore. No, we have a real good shot. Hopefully, if Phil and his team's watching, hopefully if Herman Holst and his team is watching, we go get this publishing deals where, it's for everybody, and we get them on console, get them on PC. That's what excites me. That's what the future is all about, the accessibility, and just that we're no longer in these groups where, one half of the world gets certain games and the other half of the world gets other games. Now it's worldwide, and now everybody gets a chance to see this. And from YouTube, Twitter, social media, they get to show this stuff and get everybody hyped across the world. So everybody's saying, go get this game. I want this game. I want to play this game. It's not some hidden gem that you have to import anymore. We're going to have access to it wherever we are. And that's the cool part about this. So yeah, man.
That definitely is the most amazing thing about it, man. I mean, it can't really go understated enough, man. It's kind of like you can't look at these things and just be like, man, I don't know what to be excited about anymore. And no, yeah, I mean, you're kind of just lying to yourself at this point. The game that I was referring to was called Lost Soul Aside.
It was Lost Soul Aside.
Lost Soul Aside.
Okay, so
that was the other game that I was speaking on.
What's the name of the Square Enix game that's coming out? I don't like to say it, but man, I played the demo. And it ain't. So you were right, because you said Lost Soul Aside.
I said Lost Soul Aside first. So yeah, that's the name to get, because it has that dragon that kind of follows you and becomes your weapon and you can ride on, and they show the trailer for that. Yeah, that's Lost Soul Aside. I think the one is called Dark Paradise. I think that's what it's called. Was Final Fantasy something Paradise, Lost Paradise or something like that.
Lost Paradise,
I think it's somewhere like that. Doom Reaper said Black Myth again, another one that is like, dude, do you see what is coming out of that Eastern market? It's insane. These games that is just like, those are like day one for me. I have to have those. So
and you're going to continue to hear from me and Steel each week when you tune in. If we see stuff like this, we are going to bring it to you, because again, this is what gets me and Steel excited. This is why we started this podcast, was about the games and where we're going. So we're going to show you this stuff. Yeah,
100%. I guess the next thing we could talk about is and it's not really a huge topic, but we can definitely mention it a little bit. It's about Brass Line Entertainment stepping onto the scene, making this. They currently have in development. I'll actually pull up the site for you guys so you can see it. This is the logo and everything. This is the current project page. But they got talked about a little bit on Jeff Grubbs, a good old Grubby Grub.
Shout out to Grub. GamesBeat Decide.
Yes,
GameBeats Decide. I always say that wrong.
There you go. They're excellent group of guys over there. But they had one of the guys in chat, actually, because they were talking about it and everything, because apparently they have a unannounced action RPG video game title, which is, if you look at some of these other things on here, you would never guess, but they got they're centered around people of color, man. They're really trying to bring more.
That's their whole thing. Their whole premise.
You know, they're trying to bring more of a light to, people of color, bring them more involved in the gaming space. I believe this entire project is going to be centered around that also. So it's going to be really cool to see some diversity within the gaming space. What an action RPG maybe put around a black man or some guy of color doing whatever, you know what I'm saying, being actually put into whatever universe and really being made
lead
into
role, lead role.
A lead role too, but being put into a space that can stand for itself, you know what I mean, and really be marketable, right? Because we were just talking about RPGs. Like we're going into an era, the RPG era, like again, and this time
I'm all about it, baby. I'm all about it.
I'm with
Before
it too,
we get too far too, Steel, just to give people a little bit of a backside story on this. Okay, so how this all came about. This is Project Shaolin, which is what Jez talked about on the Xbox 2 when Jez, I think it was it last weekend or 2 weekends ago?
I think it was last weekend. Yeah, last weekend.
Last weekend, he had dropped some more names, some more project names that he found out. Juz was on a roll. He was giving out information left and right last week. But anyways, Project Shaolin was one of the project names that he talked about, that he had heard is in development, that it is an Xbox. It's going to be an Xbox published game. It's a partnership. Right. This is one of their third-party partnerships that is currently being worked on, because they were talking about the number of games that Xbox has in the pipeline, right? And there's stuff that we have no idea about. But he had come across Project Shaolin, and he didn't know many details on it, or at least he wasn't comfortable giving details, which Jez is very protective to do it. So that came up. Grubb was talking about it in his podcast yesterday, that he also knew about Project Shaolin. He had more information on it, but he said, I'm not going to talk about it right now. He was on the fence. So then what Steel was talking about in the beginning was somebody super chatted Grubb during the show because he said, I'm not going to talk about the developer. I'm not going to give the name, blah, blah, blah. Somebody somebody super chatted him. Somebody just a random one of Jeff Grubb's fans super chatted him and said, Project Shaolin is that brass lion. And he super chatted. So Jeff Grubb was reading it. And while Jeff was reading it, he read it and then his mouth dropped open and he did the Jeff Grubb thing where he looked at the camera and he goes, kind of deadpans it and he goes, yeah, it is. Yeah. So he goes, at least I think from what I know, yes, that's right.
Right.
So that was where we got to this point.
Yeah. So I definitely appreciate that back end work. Again, the dynamic duo can't be the dynamic duo with just one guy. But just to give you the about us directly from them, because I don't want that to be misinterpreted. So Brass Lion Entertainment is an entertainment studio focused on creating original fictional universes that center on Black, brown, and other traditionally marginalized characters, cultures, and stories. It's an amazing thing, man. It hasn't been necessarily enough focus on it, especially like even with the Eastern market stuff. It's always felt like it was taboo. People didn't like really getting into it. Oh, there's a whole different culture that we don't understand. It's kind of the same thing with this, which is an amazing thing that they're wanting to bring attention to it, man. Especially as a not known publisher or anything, or a known developer or anything like that. So Brass Lion is a diverse and inclusive environment where creators of all backgrounds can thrive and bring unique and compelling stories to market, changing the landscape in interactive spaces and beyond. Our first fictional universe, Corner Wolves, is currently in development as a fictional narrative podcast and will be released in 2021. We also have an unannounced action RPG video game title in development. It's interesting, man. Again, people always go back to the Monopoly talk and everything else, and it's just like it's only growing. More people are wanting to get involved. More people have their own stories to tell. More artists, again, gaming art should be treated as such. More artists are coming out from behind the scenes and saying, hey, we're working on things. Hey, we've teamed up with this person. Hey, we teamed up with this person. You're seeing that more and more happen as the years progress. That wasn't really happening before. I mean, it may have been, but it was so on I would say a low-key factor that we didn't really consider it. Oh, maybe there's just some indie devs are going to put out a game. We'll see what happens. Whereas now it's like, with especially all the tools the devs have at their disposal now, man, who knows what kind of game this can end up being? This could be another game that they release and it blows the market up. Who knows? But I just felt like it was an amazing thing to talk about it. Again, if you have people like Jez and Jeff Grubb talking about it on their shows, then there has to be some kind of semblance of importance to it. Obviously, things have to be working in a good direction. For me, it's exciting just to see what their focus is and everything. Again, centering around traditionally marginalized characters and cultures. That's an amazing thing. Again, I just have to cross-reference it with the whole Asian thing. When you have games like Black Myth Wukong who focus a story around the god Wukong, and how many people are not familiar with that story and how in depth that story can go. Mainly people look over it for religious purposes, but when you just look at the culture and the traditions and everything else that they have over there, it's completely different from what we're used to. So seeing that all come this way, along with anime being more of an accepted thing, and seeing just the market open up more, how can you say that, like, everything being these different companies, investing in different areas, or wanting to team up with different devs is a bad thing? Or make it more accessible for people. I feel like because the era that we're in, they said, well, why not make a game? But how much of an amazing thing is that? You know what I mean? Again, I'm also the type of person that thinks about the time that these devs put into these games. It's their lifeblood, it's their work, man. So it's like anytime that you see these new people come out of nowhere, you're always excited to see what can possibly happen and the potential from it, man. Again, how are you feeling about it, Pong? Are you excited about this opportunity? What does this kind of present for you? Or does this tell you anything?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is fantastic. again, bring on all the RPGs, man. I don't care if they're double A, triple A. Again, I'm a lover of all. So bring them on. I love to experience new settings, new places. And anybody, I was just talking about it. Again, having stories through different eyes is always a good thing. There is, we're so used to it. The industry has been focused on all the big, obviously the mainstays, right? You got your
Right.
Norse mythology, you got your Greek mythology, you got your Egyptian mythology, right? We've seen a lot of stories. We've seen, the Japanese culture and their mythology are represented well, but there are so many different mythologies out there that have yet to be explored, especially in an RPG setting where you can create, again, like you were just talking about, Black Myth Wukong. Yes, Journey to the West is a known thing, but not a lot of people even knew about the story of that, right? Even though it's been done in movies a lot, right? But in the West, we didn't get to see a lot of that stuff, or people didn't realize what they were watching, right? They didn't understand. So even Chinese mythology, it's probably up there as one of the more known mythologies, but it has not been explored, at least on this side of the world, Western civilization, as much as it probably should have, because there are so many cool things. And again, just coming from a game, I'm not talking about just a spiritual side of things or anything like that. I'm talking about from a game standpoint and RPGs that we'd like to see, monsters. We're so used to seeing the Western style dragons, right? And that they are my favorite. I know about, I've studied mythology across the world. So I do like, Western style, your high fantasy type dragons are more my style, but that doesn't mean I don't want to see a Chinese mythology dragon like we saw in Black Myth Wukong. Dude, that thing was freaking fantastic. It was so cool.
Some of the best representation.
Right, exactly. And there's so much of that is unexplored. You can get into, all the mythology in Africa, outside of Egypt, man. There is some cool stuff in there that has yet to be explored in game fashion, let alone in movies or anything else. And that's the kind of stuff now with World of World is. And when we talk about this stuff that I am excited to experience, for me, I don't care. Like, again, I'm the guy who creates the female character, right? I have zero. I know there's a subsect of a small minority of people who have issues with whatever representation. Okay. I get that they're clowns. Again, they're the clown show. I don't care what the main character looks like. What I care about is give me a great story, give me something new to actually deep dive and to get into and be like, man, this is cool. I can't, I'm learning something now, maybe a little bit of mythology. Yes, they take a lot of, they dramatize. Anyways, they make things, they blow things up bigger than sometimes they are for the game's perspective or movies. But I still want to explore these different worlds through different people's eyes. And to me, it doesn't matter who the main character is. It doesn't matter what color they are. It doesn't matter what religion they are. I don't care. It doesn't matter what gender they are. I care less. Just give me a cool story and a world that I want to go explore and go visit. And that's what I'm about. So when I see stuff like this, more power to them. I can't wait. I think this is cool as hell. If it's double A, give it to me. If it's triple A, even better, cool, whatever. Does not matter. Just give me a good story. Give me a different perspective on things, and I am all down for it at all times. So I think there's just a lot of unexplored territory. And like you said, Steel, now with the accessibility of tools, and let alone just gaming in general, but of all the tools that are out there for these smaller devs to be able to use freely now, that is opening up more and more. And we can even touch on a little bit from Booty's interview, because Booty kind of talked about this as well. But again, we're just moving into that era where no matter where you are in the world, if you have an interest in developing a game, you are going to be able to do that. And you are going to be able to tell your story in some form, whatever form that takes. And again, so many people out there that have untapped talent and untapped ideas that we are now going to have a chance to experience at some point. I am all about this. So I am excited for this. Good for this group getting together and setting a goal of this diversity of telling other people's stories that may not have been represented in the past. I'm all about that stuff, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good on that, man. I can't wait.
100%. It's an exciting thing to think about. I mean, that was the most exciting part for me when I got brought up and everything, is that just because, I mean, again, man, the era that we're in, the age of accessibility, the golden age of gaming, there's no better time than to really take advantage of that and take it whatever direction that you feel like you need to go. There's going to be so many different titles. There's going to be so much diversity out there that the potential is kind of just unlimited, man. And I mean,
something for everyone.
We'll see.
Right,
yeah.
Steel, something for everyone. No
100%.
matter where you are, no matter who you are, no matter what you like, there's going to be something for you. That's the great part about this.
Yes.
That's why we can't gatekeep. So I can't talk all the time. Again, I'm a nostalgic freak. Yes, there are certain things that change that I don't necessarily like when it comes to some of my favorite stuff in the world. But guess what? That just means I go look for something new, because there's something new always available. And, and it's okay. I've got my old stuff that I love, right? So I don't have to like the new Star Wars to still be a Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
I just appreciate the old stuff even more.
Yeah.
That's how I move on with my life. Go look for the next big thing. That's what I do. So
yeah.
Yep.
So with that, I think the next best place to try to, I guess, to take this to, we can touch on GTA Trilogy, the definitive edition a little bit.
Let's do it.
I feel like it's a good conversation we have, because we've talked about the GTA, you know, we wasn't called the definitive edition at the time, but we talked about the trilogy being re-released quite a few times here. Again, we said here that we felt like they were going to do very minimal work to release this game, and from what we've seen, I still feel that way. Yes, does it look better than it did? I hope so. God damn it, I really hope so. But it doesn't look as good as some.
What it should.
It doesn't look as good as some have claimed, and not only that, it doesn't look as good as it should. That's 100% the point, for me at least. You releasing the game, releasing these classics, because again, this whole trilogy, every game is a classic in that trilogy, except for maybe GTA 3. Which, I mean, that could be a classic too, depending on you know how you feel about it.
It's a classic, yeah.
Right. Exactly. But I mean, in its own right, every one of those games is a classic. For them to kind of half-ass the definitive edition, or them remastering it, or whatever the case might be, whatever you want to consider it, because either way, it's kind of the same thing. It's kind of unfortunate to me. Doesn't give me a reason to want to invest. Again, when you see people, I see people all over the YouTube space who have done their own mods for bringing Vice City to life, to bring San Andreas to life, to bring GTA 3 to life. When you see people that do these things, go out of their way, that are within the community, and they're kind of doing these things for free. Well, maybe they aren't. Maybe they got people that are helping pay for it and everything else. But somebody's spending the time on this, and then you release what you released. It's just kind of like, you show the trailer, at least for how you showed it. I was like, I mean, yeah, it looks better, but I just saw this guy the other day play 4K 60 with GTA looking graphics, and it was San Andreas. You know what I'm saying? Like, it looked like GTA 5, but it was San Andreas. You know what I mean? Like, I would have preferred that. Just give me San Andreas, give me GTA 5 with a San Andreas skin, and just let me do everything in San Andreas still. You know what I mean? Just drop me in San Andreas. That's it. That's all I want. But when you do it, and it's kind of like, again, I don't want to say it's half-assed. I don't make games. I don't know the work that they put into it. It just doesn't come across to me like they put the upfront most work into it, which is why I would tell people, hey, if you're into it, you're into it. I don't think you should invest into it. I don't think that Rockstar gets it. I feel like they're going to continue to release whatever. They're making a killing off of GTA Online. GTA 6 is going to release in the year 2030. And at this point, I've kind of lost faith with GTA. GTA is another one of those series that kind of, yes, GTA Online has done great as far as keeping the series alive, but I'm also starting to feel like GTA is starting to become played out. You have too many games that play similar to each other. Watch Dogs, GTA. What else did you have? So yeah, Sleeping Dogs at one point. Then you had
True Crime.
Hey,
Yeah.
True Crime of LA was an amazing game. That was an amazing
Dude,
game.
it was
I need another
crazy
True
good.
Crime. I need another True
Yeah,
Crime game.
it was
That game was
crazy good.
amazing. That game was
Yep.
amazing. Um, oh man,
Yep.
that brought back so many memories.
Saints
Oh
Row.
god,
Saints Row was a
Saints Row.
direct.
That was the one I was trying to think of. Saints
Yep.
Row. It's
Yep.
just like, how do we progress forward with this?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm as interested in it anymore. Again, I'm not the guy to sit here to get on these games and role play either. I typically enjoy them for the story, the mayhem, the craziness. That was always the biggest thing for me with GTA. GTA was the game that you got on to get 5 stars, put a bunch of mods in, or put a bunch of cheat codes in that you had to memorize or either have wrote down on a piece of paper somewhere, and then just cause a bunch of mayhem, man. That's what it's about. And then it turned into this whole online fiasco. So, I mean, yeah, they kept the mayhem side of it, but it's just not as fun for me as it used to be. Now, when I was playing GTA Online, I was playing PvP and things like that, it was a good time. It turned into like a third-person shooter. You know what I mean? So, and that was a good time. They got good, decent mechanics in there, dodge mechanics, cover mechanics. They're all worked pretty well. So as far as that aspect was, that's cool, but they don't ever focus on those types of things. And those are the types of things that I'm interested in if you want to keep me invested in it. I personally think, and Pong has said the same thing, this is a cash grab. If you're into it, I perfectly understand. It's Grand Theft Auto at the end of the day. Again, it's another one of those brand powers that you just kind of have to accept. How are you feeling about the whole GTA trilogy? I know you were considering investing into it if Vice City was going to come with the music and everything, though we did hear, and we were informed that San Andreas out of the trilogy is actually coming to Game Pass. So that's interesting to see, because I thought the trilogy was going to be its own thing. And it's kind of interesting to see them separate the games out to where they're going to give GTA 3 to PlayStation. They're going to give San Andreas the Game Pass. I personally feel out of the 3, San Andreas is probably the better one. I understand why you like Vice City. I could definitely agree. The music is timeless. But San Andreas overall for a GTA game, I feel like they haven't been able to do anything close to that sense. They kind of come away from it. Like San Andreas gave you a lot more realism as far as your character, the world, and the story and everything. Whereas the other ones are kind of like, oh, okay, man. Like I don't know about this. But how are you feeling about the whole GTA trilogy situation? Is it still a cash grab for you? Is it worth it? Would you invest into it? How you feeling?
Yeah, man, we talked about this. Shout out first of all to Slow-Mo Backslap last night. It was on Xbox Ultimate. I'll steal a little bit of his words last night. He said that he has nothing but respect for Strauss, because Strauss Zelnick, head of Take-Two, gives it to you like he's just going to give it to you. He doesn't care, right? He does not care. He's going to tell you like it is, even if you don't want to hear it. Look, he's telling you with this, it is what it is. It's a cash grab. Okay. Straight up. No doubt about it. And for all those people who were questioning how Strauss would have come up with that 30 million number for Game Pass, I said that he was obviously upselling it a little bit. He had rounded up off the numbers, but guess what? Obviously talks have been happening, and he had to have some kind of basis. Other games from Take-Two have dropped into Game Pass, obviously, but currently speaking, they were obviously working on the San Andreas deal at the end. Funny how Strauss left himself the wiggle room with this, even though he said that Game Pass wasn't viable for him specifically, and Take-Two for their day and date drops. But here we are getting San Andreas. Well, he kind of left himself an out because he was talking about new IP or fresh games, whereas he said legacy titles like a San Andreas does have a place within Game Pass, and we wind up with it, right? So, look, like you said, Steel, it's more than I expected, but less than it should be.
Yeah.
Like Doom Reaper said in the chat, and I've said this specifically as well, I wish that Take-Two would embrace the modding community the way that a Bethesda does. Yes, Bethesda has done some shitty things towards the mod community, but they do embrace the mod community and allow a marketplace where the modders can actually sell their stuff instead of just taking them down, right? Instead of just, nixing all their hard work. I wish Take-Two would have embraced the modders at this point. And I think we talked about this last week. I wish they would have hired some of the modders to do the work on this game. That's what I was hoping for.
Right.
So like you were talking about, there's some mod community members out there for Grand Theft Auto that have put in some serious work and gotten all of these games, this trilogy, to look phenomenal, comparatively speaking, like really well. So, again, I was happy to see what they showed from the standpoint that it was more than just a straight mod. I was happy to hear that they had, or straight port. I was happy to hear that they had done some work on the controls and are going to make it control like GTA 5.
Yeah.
That could be a huge improvement in itself. We saw what they did, what that did for Mass Effect 1 when EA went back and retooled the controls, which personally, I didn't have such a big problem with, but a lot of people had a problem with Mass Effect 1 controls. So it's good to see that they're updating the controls on this trilogy. So I think that's going to be a huge improvement. Like I said from the beginning, if they didn't go back and re-up all the licensing for all the soundtracks, I'm not gonna spend full price on this. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. $20 a game, yeah, you can say that's reasonable. In a way, it is for the amount of content you're getting. I don't have a real big problem, but for me, Vice City is the one. And without the full licensed soundtrack, even if it's missing 5 to 10 songs, it's still missing 5 to 10 songs for me that were a big part of the game, because I was that dude that specifically played certain songs or waited for certain songs to go do something. so for me, it's a big deal. I think it's great that San Andreas is dropping. Of course, I would have wished it would have been Vice City, but I think San Andreas in Game Pass is a huge win, not only for Xbox, but also for Take-Two. Right. I think that is going to, again, for the generation or 2 generations that have now been playing GTA 5, but aren't old enough to have played the previous ones and only heard about them from all of us who did experience them and want to go back and see what it's all about. They get a chance to go do that. Now, is it going to be in the best light possible like Mass Effect was? No, it's not. And there might be people that go look at it and go, God, these graphics, man, they upgraded these? Oh my God, how did you guys play it the original days?
Yeah, and even in Mass Effect, there were some moments where I was in there like, I don't know, but it still was worth it though.
Yeah, it was still worth it because, again, Mass Effect's on a whole nother story wise.
That's how completely.
But anyways, but anyways, I still think it's a great win for both parties involved here, because people are going to jump into San Andreas and in Game Pass and then go, well, shit, I really enjoyed myself in San Andreas again. I'm just going to plop down the money for the rest of them.
Yeah.
Screw it. I'm going to get it. Right. I'm going to go back to Vice City. I'm going to go back to 3. Right. I'm just going to do it. So I think it is a win. Obviously, Grand Theft Auto 3 is coming to PS Now in December. So, Xbox got San Andreas and Sony got 3. Vice City's left out in the cold. You can't buy them separate, which is kind of weird.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, it's cool. I understand it. It's a business move. And it is going to get people back involved again.
Yeah.
This is going to make a killing. Make no mistake about it. It doesn't matter. It's going to make a killing. Strauss knows this. Again, I just wish they had Take-Two is now straight. It's straight an investor's company, right? It is straight up an investor's company. They aren't the Take-Two of old. They're not the Rockstar of old that were pumping out fresh ideas, Bully, Oni, games like that on a regular basis that were different, that maybe not the big hitters, but look, they found a fan base. They don't do that anymore. It's all about the cash now. It's all about the investors. And so I understand what they're doing. I just wish they had a little bit more respect for the place in history that this trilogy does have, because at the time, like you said, Steel, enough other ones have come along now and copycatted and given us different experiences, sometimes even better experiences than Grand Theft Auto.
Right.
But this trilogy at the time was groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Like when we first popped in 3, we could not believe what we could do. Right. We could not believe we were playing a video game that allowed us to do the things, the freedom that Grand Theft Auto offered at the time was on another level.
Yeah, you got to imagine it came from top down to third person. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But gave you the opportunity to go do whatever. Like you said, create utter chaos in an entire open city. Wherever you wanted to go, whatever you wanted to do, you could do. right?
Right.
So for that time, it was groundbreaking, it was special, and I wish they would treat it that way, like we talk about here, that this is art, and its place in history as one of those franchises, one of those pillar franchises that we always talk about within the entire gaming industry. Grand Theft Auto obviously has solidified itself as one of those, and I wish they would have treated it with respect and gone back and done more.
Yeah.
Again, do I expect it to be Unreal 5
No,
fully built up? No,
I'm
I
not
don't.
expecting that, but
No,
Lord.
no, no, but come on. Like you said, bring it close to Grand Theft Auto 5 now. Just bring them all close to that.
Yeah.
Give us, the stories are timeless, especially again, Vice City and San Andreas, like you were saying, the stories in there, the writing is timeless. It's something that to this day will hold up for sure. Grand Theft Auto 3, questionable. There is a big group of people who do love 3, and I understand why. But again, all the writing holds up. All you had to do was just bring the game up to date graphically to at least semi-current standards. And I would have been happy. I would have been like, damn, you guys went out of your way. This is what it deserves for the future generations to be able to go back and play this. But we'll see. I think it's a win-win for everybody involved, like I said. And I think that I'm going to go back. Obviously, it's in Game Pass. I've already got it pre-installed. I'm ready to rock and roll. I'll go back and enjoy San Andreas. It's my second favorite. So, I didn't get Vice City, but I still got my second favorite Grand Theft Auto of all time. It's going to be a blast to go back, do some weightlifting, get my dude all pumped up and beefed up, do some drive-bys. It's going to be a blast, man. I'm going to go back and create some chaos. But it's just nothing. It's not going to be like the Mass Effect hit that I got from seeing a game that was really, really well done for what they did and put a lot of work into. So, but I'm happy to see it. Game Pass gets another win, man. This is a surprise. It comes out the same day as Skyrim anniversary.
Yeah, that's what's crazy.
11/11's a big day for nostalgic freaks like myself, man. That's for damn sure.
Just to give y'all a bit of a rundown of the enhancements that are coming. They have a GTA 5 style controller layout, improved gunplay and targeting controls with upgraded drive-by controls. Good, you good. Updated weapon and radio station selection wheels, updated mini maps with enhanced navigation, the ability to immediately restart a failed mission, new social club, higher resolution textures, completely rebuilt lighting, shadows, improved water, details in trees and foliage, draw distance, 4K resolution with 60 FPS performance, and DLS support for PC, touchscreen camera zooming and pans and menu selections, as well as gyro aiming for the Nintendo Switch. This is interesting, man. Like, I just don't know. It's interesting, but I'm just not with it enough to be like, yeah, let's go get another GTA going. But that's neither here nor there, man. With that being said, let's see what we're going to get into. It looks like I think the next thing that we could definitely get into, it's probably going to get closer to wrapping up the show. It's probably going to be Game Pass missing its target, or at least Game Pass missing its mark for Xbox itself. So apparently what ended up happening, and we'll get Pong back in here at some point, but Game Pass growth is slightly at a sore point at present time. It has significantly missed its anticipated 47% growth target, reporting only a 37% rise in subscription numbers over the year. And to be completely honest with you, that just goes right back into the IP conversation. Pong, with your back, we're getting into the Game Pass conversation, man. Talking about the growth of the Game Pass and how it's kind of teetered off a little bit, and how it kind of didn't hit the mark for what Xbox was anticipating. And I was just telling the people that 47% growth when they were anticipating that, and they only received 37. I say coming about 10% short of what you were anticipating isn't too bad. Again, what the number, see, that's one thing that I feel like people are kind of misconstruing or taking out of proportion. And I'm actually going to go through this article a little bit through gamesindustry.biz to talk about it. Another reputable website. That does good work as far as articles and things go. But I feel like this is being a little bit misconstrued is because earlier on, we were already told by Phil Spencer himself that Game Pass, the way that the numbers are already way above what they were anticipating originally anyway. So this new anticipation that they set for the 47% growth was based off of the numbers that they that they were currently getting, about a million a month. That's what it kind of figured into. So it just means that they're not getting a million a month at this point anymore. And again, like I was leading into, it gets down to IP. What do you have within your service that's going to entice people to come on in? Again, you have to have heavy hitters in there that get people to draw in. We've had a lot of in-between titles. Again, a game like Rift Breaker isn't going to get a million people in Game Pass. It's not. It's another one of those niche titles that not everybody's going to play. It's going to be one of those things that you either like it or you don't. It's for you or it's not. Games like even Outriders that me and Pong played, and we had a great time with it. That's not going to get them. That's not going to did it bring people in? Yes, it did. But is it going to keep a million people invested? Maybe not. Again, it's going to take bigger IP to really get people solidified within the ecosystem and give them a reason not to leave. I always, people always try to use the reference of, Game Pass is like Netflix. And it's like, I don't think it's like Netflix per se. Netflix took a long time to get to where they're at now, or plus 300 plus million people subscribe to Netflix at this point. And now where they can consistently support themselves, and because that was another point that they were at of possibly reevaluating their situation, because their numbers weren't growing like that either until they started getting more IP in the service. I like to compare Game Pass to Disney Plus. Reason being, it's a newer service that has gained traction quickly. Disney Plus was only sitting at 20 and somewhere between 20 to 50 million people when it came out within its first year. And then IP started dropping, Mandalorian started dropping. You had all the Marvel IP started dropping into Disney Plus, and then all of a sudden now you have almost 2 years later, 200 plus million people in Disney Plus. That happened, feels like overnight, honestly. And those are IPs that you cannot turn down. So it's like, and they keep releasing things to keep you invested in the ecosystem. And now that you have 200 million people, every time that you release more content, it's like even now, if you had 200 million people invested in the Game Pass right now, they were seeing this constant stream of content coming in, those 200 million people would stay invested in the Game Pass because this content kind of still coming. But we have to get there. And that's part of the problem. Games like Forza, games like Halo, are going to push the market. Whether you believe it or not, or think Halo's dead or whatever the case might be, Halo is the biggest gaming IP out of any studio, out of any gaming company that exists on the market. The biggest one. The biggest one. And it's only on one platform. That is now going to be on multiple platforms. 3 at least, including if you're including cloud. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the best place to play, but 3 different places this time instead of just one. I have a feeling day and date on PC. MCC was the first time, other than the first Halo, it was the first time that Halo was fully available on PC. Halo 1 through 4, including Reach. So you got 5 games right there that are all on PC. MCC, first time ever. Then now you're having Infinite day and date coming out on PC that I personally believe, again, I'm gonna stay on this hill, man. I feel like January 15th of 2022, Game Pass is going to be around 50 million subs because of the power of not just Halo, but the power of IP. That is the entire point of this. So I kind of feel like that's part of the reason why they've had this kind of lesson, this kind of, not lessening, that's not necessarily a word, but this not as steady of a rise as they was anticipating. Maybe they aren't hitting a million a month. Maybe they're hitting 750, 500. Still, I mean, there's still growth happening there. It's still 37%, 10% shy of what you were anticipating, and you weren't anticipating even being this far. It's still a good number. This is not something to scoff at. This isn't something to get into a space or get into a conversation and be like, man, they're trash and not doing what they were going to do. They didn't make their mark. Nah, man, they were gauging it off of what was already happening. Again, we can have that honest conversation that says IP matters, exclusive matters. You have to have a reason to invest. All those things are true. But I want to kind of bring out some points for this article. So, GamesIndustry.biz starts off by saying, Game Pass is Microsoft's game changer. Or at least that's the plan. It entered this generation with a grand ambition, not just to challenge Sony's dominance of the high-end console space, but to reshape the space itself, unpicking some of the very notions of what console generation is and what constitutes a gaming platform. I agree 100% with Gaming Biz is saying right here. It is exactly what it's doing, and that's exactly the point. It's not about pushing the competitor out of the market, and, oh, they don't want to exist no more. I know, shout out to the Iron Lords, King David. I know he likes to tread that market of, tread that line of, oh, I want to get rid of Sony. Sony can just be a publisher, and they can just make games. That's all we needed them to do. And that's great. I mean, that's funny to hear and everything, but that's not the goal, right? It goes on to say its weapons in this fight aren't hardware. The company probably knew quite a long way out that Xbox Series X and PS5 were going to be pretty evenly matched on that front, at least as far as the average consumer is concerned. That's always been the case. I don't care what console generation that you're talking about, the performance differences are negligible. They really are at the end of the day. Now, where there's some stout differences between the 360 and the PS3, yes. Were there some differences between the One and the PlayStation 4? Yes, there were some differences. But at the same time, there were negligible differences. They were opinionated differences based off of what kind of games you're playing, where you're at in the market, the overall type of gamer that you are was overall deciding the differences more than anything else. Continue. Services, though, was a different conversation. This is a playbook it used to great effect the last time it pushed Sony onto the back foot with the Xbox 360's online services, running rings around the PlayStation's too little too late efforts. This time around, it's Game Pass. That's Microsoft ace in the hole. The service that's meant to both make an end run around the competition's offering and lock consumers into a wholly new vision of gaming platforms and services that's intrinsically untethered from any individual piece of hardware. That is such a key point to the conversation because that is the point that me and Pong have been constantly making to our community. It's bigger than just what is inside of your little small ecosystem. This is, again, another play for Microsoft, who have always been ahead of the game, but maybe went too early. This is going to be the first time that Microsoft is on the ball, on the money at the beginning of it as it's transitioning over the way it has been. Microsoft made this whole digital ploy, again, I'll constantly say this, in 2013. They made this transition. People said it was too early. We're now into 2021 and digital gaming has been bigger. Digital sales are bigger than it's ever been and it's going to continue to run those numbers. It's going to even get greater. Physical to digital is only going to get more and more separate, where digital is going to become the number one source of you buying your games. Even for myself today, the last hard copy game that I bought is probably going to be Monster Hunter World. It's the last physical game that I bought, and I bought that because my wife wanted to play it. Last game. And that was the first game in Lord knows how long. You know what I mean? Just to give you some kind of a perspective. Yeah, and that's me as a gamer. Not to mention the typical consumer who sees that more as a ease of access. They don't have to get up and change a disc. They don't have to worry about, oh, my CDs are scratched, they're not going to run right, or whatever the case might be. No, just boot the game up, next. Boot the game up next, especially with these SSDs in these consoles, the faster load times, the performance that we've gained with the new consoles. There's so many positive caveats to this generation that the bigger picture has to be the service side of things. And I have to agree that, again, like we said earlier, even Sony's behind that ball. They go on to say that centrality of Game Pass, technically acknowledging the company's decision to use its subscriber growth as one of the metrics upon which executive compensation packages are calculated, means it's inevitable that its growth figures will be followed closely by anyone with a stake in the industry's fortune. The company doesn't give updates on subscriber numbers often, though the last number we got that was reported was roughly 18 million. But it did start reporting that top line growth numbers in 2020 financials when it healthily overshot its 71% growth target to report almost 86% growth over the course of the year. So again, that answers that question. You know what I mean? Like, was the growth really that negligible? I feel like it's kind of more so on point for them. They're kind of back on track to maybe what they anticipated originally, and just waiting for those extra IPs to be released into the system to give them that extra boost. This year, however, those forces are reversed with a financial filing ahead of the shareholder meeting revealing that Game Pass growth is a slightly sore point at present. It has significantly missed its 47% growth target, reporting only a 37% rise in subscription numbers over the year. Again, so a lot of the points that we brought up at this point could have been because of the pandemic. Yes. People could be working their way out. As we've already heard, there's people who've already fallen out of it. As things have kind of returned back to normal a little bit. And we'll see with it as we go further to the winter. But as things kind of having some seemingly going back to normal, people have kind of drifted back into their normal lives, drifted back into getting out of the house, doing other things. But we have still gained more than what we have lost. So yes, year over year, we're looking at the numbers, people are falling off, and that's okay. That's kind of expected. When I look at these numbers, and I saw the different points that people were making about this, I don't think that this is necessarily an issue, but it does, again, bring up the point that IP does matter. So Pong, I wanted to bring this to you. How do you feel about Game Pass, I guess, missing its expected target that Microsoft apparently had set? It's 10% lower than what they were expecting, but 10% nonetheless is a big thing to any company. I mean, you look at when you're looking at 37% versus 47%, of course you want that extra 10% as a company, but it happens. How do you feel about this growth? Is it a pain point? Is it a sore point? Is it like, doom and gloom now? Game Pass is kind of throw it in the trash. It's not successful. It's not working. I don't think it's going in the right direction. Microsoft needs to rethink everything. Or is it more so, man, this is kind of business. This is company. IPs matter. Like, what's the deal, man? How you feeling about it?
Great breakdown, first of all, Steel. Fantastic breakdown of the article. Really well done. Look, first of all, we have to consider we're pulling these numbers from an executive compensation package.
Mm-hmm.
When you're looking at an executive compensation package, okay, and they're getting bonuses. Bonuses are generally for up and beyond expected performance. So their goals are going to be set for up and beyond. So that's you get rewarded for hitting something that's bigger than what your internals, analytics may say, because that's how you're not going to give a bonus just for somebody doing the expected. You're going to give a bonus for going up and beyond. So we have to take that in consideration here. Does this give us some insight? Of course it does. This is a fantastic thing because, again, like they talked about, Microsoft does not release the numbers on a consistent basis. Again, I've said it here before, I would be petty. I would have a rolling Game Pass subscriber count going on my website at all times, just to throw those numbers out there at people. But it does give us a good look behind the curtain, since we don't get them on a consistent basis with Microsoft. And it gives us, a roundabout number. So even looking at these numbers, I was doing the math at work when these numbers came out, and I should have known that obviously Tom Warren and other people were going to do the numbers as well. But it was funny to see everybody kind of came to the same conclusion. If you look at the percentages, based upon what we do know. And again, when they announced the 18 million, it is expected that they announced that 18 million when they were already beyond 18 million, that there was some give there. Now, how much play they gave themselves, who knows? But they're not going to give, when they give you a round number like that, you got to expect that they were beyond that at that point. But let's just take the 18 million number. Based upon the percentages and the months that they were counting, you'd be somewhere around 20 million mark in June. Okay. So we can now assume, if pacing is correct, they probably got an upswing after E3 because their E3 was so dominant. They probably saw an uptick. So let's say they're right around 23, 24 million right now. Okay, cool. Perfect. That's right where they should be. Those numbers, those percentages were also based upon, they were set prior to June of 2020, right? Those numbers were set prior to that. They were expecting Halo to come out. The Halo was expected to drop last November. It did not happen. That was already included in that. So the dip of 10%, 11% without Halo, kind of expected, and might even be a little bit above what I would expect, because like you were talking about, Steel, we could talk about exclusivity, but big IPs like a Halo are game changers, and they do matter. And I'm sure they were expecting an upswing. I probably would expect they probably would have hit beyond their, the compensation package numbers, the 47, 48%, whatever it was that they were shooting for. I would expect if Halo would have dropped, they would have hit well beyond that again.
Right.
Like you talked about the prior year with the pandemic, they went way over their expectations because the pandemic kind of just flooded people into Game Pass instantaneously, like we're talking about. So there's a lot of different factors involved with these numbers, but at the end of the day, growth is growth. And they're ahead of pace, like you talked about, Steel, from where they expected to be at this point with Game Pass. But you've also seen Xbox's mission to go out and make sure that the content does become a steady flow. We are going to start seeing that starting in the next month here with November, with Halo, or November, December with Forza Horizon 5, Halo. And then from there on out, it's going to be nonstop. Okay. And we've already kind of see it start now because we had Flight Simulator, then we had Psychonauts 2, and then you got third-party deals in there. Back for Blood just dropped in there, which I'm sure helped them out as well. Back for Blood has been trending very well everywhere. So now we're in the mode where we're going to start seeing it, but first-party titles do matter. And now starting this fall, coming into next year, we get to start to see that plan actually come to fruition, what they've set out to do with all these acquisitions, right? With the ZeniMax acquisition being the key to all of this. Now with the number of studios, the number of teams, the amount of projects they have in the works, we're going to start to see that goal that they set for themselves that Phil has openly talked about, one AAA first-party title per quarter minimum. And we're going to start to see that action. And then, okay, when we start to see that, so coming into next year, then let's look at the growth and see what it is, because that's going to be the telling issue. When you've got big games out there on a consistent basis and those growth numbers, let's say that they are smaller than expected. Okay, well, then we can start having the conversation. Is this working?
Right.
But we also have to get to the point where consoles are readily available. Current gen consoles, they're not readily available. And we could talk about xCloud all day and how it's the future and how streaming is the future. Right now, that's not the future for everybody across the world. It's not. It's still heavily dependent upon infrastructure where you live as far as internet capability 100%. Goes. So until that's all across the board at a really great level, then we can't really include xCloud. It's going to give a lift in certain areas, but in other areas, it's not going to do anything for you. So until the consoles are readily available, and until this pacing of game releases is established the way that they want it to be, we can't really look at these numbers. These numbers are going to go up and down just based upon a lot of different factors. So I have zero problems with this. They still are doing great. Steel, I know you set a big number for them with the Halo release.
That's just me.
As far as, it's just you. No, I'm just saying you personally have set a big number. I think I said a long time ago on Blue Show, I expected somewhere around, I think 35 to 40 million coming into the new year. So I think that's where I had set my mark at. We will see again if they get a gigantic push come this holiday season from Forza and from Halo. Look, they're on the right track, and I think that's what they're expecting to see. So I think even with the console shortages, they are still going to want to see that bump, and I hope they get it. I think they will get it. But then rolling into next year, hopefully the console manufacturing process gets fixed, gets resolved to some degree where there's more availability, more people coming into the ecosystem, more people getting up-to-date current consoles, and then we'll start to see those numbers push. But again, if they have Starfield come out next year, which is expected, Redfall, right? We've got Stalker 2 as a third party coming in early spring, plus the mix of all the other games. We may see, we may see Motorsport next year as well drop. If they get all those and we still see this lackluster number from Game Pass subscriber increase, then we can start talking. Then we can start going, okay, what are they doing? You know, where are they going? What do they need to correct course here to get that they need? Because again, growing pains are expected here. They are trailblazing. Yes, Netflix did it on the movie side of things and the TV side of things. We get that. Netflix, but this is a totally different industry. Yes, you can have some parallels and some similarities, but at the end of the day, it's not the same. It's because consumption is still different. Strauss, again, going back to Strauss Take Two, that's why he said Game Pass to us isn't viable for our big titles day one, because consumer consumption of the medium is not the same as it is with TV and movies. People still consume streaming movies and TV a lot more on a weekly basis than they do gaming. The numbers show that, right? The stats are there. But if we could see that transition a little bit more and more each year, we know more people are playing games. We know more people are spending more time with games. And if that formula does work out, then I expect Microsoft to see the numbers they want. But if they don't, then we can have that conversation at that time, what they need to do to push that number. Are they on the right path? Is this something where Game Pass is going to be capped at some point, that they're not going to be able to do the world domination that they wanted right now, just because, like you talked about, Steel, sometimes Microsoft and Xbox are a little early on things. Sometimes they are those trailblazers. Sometimes they're really too early, like they were with the Xbox One stuff, and it doesn't work. Is Game Pass too early? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But I said, when we get to that point, once they are in full mode where they are pumping out a game every quarter at least, then let's have that conversation about whether or not that's an issue. So, but right now, I think they are still happy with it. And I again, they're not going to slow down. We heard Phil come out once again on the Wall Street Journal interview and say, we are definitely not done acquiring. Definitely use those exact words. That means there's deals in the works. Okay. If not already done. And they're just waiting for the proper time to announce for any private company. So they're going to continue to grow. They understand that there are going to be growing pains. They understand that it's going to take time to get to that Netflix, Disney Plus level. You have to have the content in place, and it has to be nonstop content. You could not have any breaks from new games coming out, whether small or big, but those AAA titles, those ones that get the masses excited, you have to have those. We heard Booty talking about this, Matt Booty talking about this in his interview, that they understand that Sony's formula of game does draw in a lot of people, that it is attractive to a lot of people. That and he reiterated that they understand that. Not that they're going to go copy Sony, because he said that again as well. They're not copying Sony, but he understands that those universally themed games are important to the ecosystem and important to the fan base as well. And that's what draws a lot of people in. So I think they're going to do that. Starfield's got a chance, man. Forza and Halo are going to start it. Starfield next year, again, what I just talked about with Skyrim. If this is another Todd Howard classic, if this is another his A team and him put together a Skyrim in space, guess what? You are going to see a nice big influx of people off of that game as well next year. So they've got it set up. They've got it set up for success. Now it's just getting the games out and proving that you've got the quality that everybody now will expect from you on a consistent basis. It can't be the old days, where they were just pushing games out. They have to have quality. So
yeah, and I mean, that's excited, man. That's 100%. I mean, again, I'm 100% excited with it and everything. Again, I'm not looking at the numbers and saying, oh, it's doom and gloom time. It's just, I mean, it's part of the business, man. I mean, I'm gonna keep reiterating it here. You have to take that top down look and look at the overall spectrum of how everything is planning out, how everything is working. This isn't another reason why Game Pass isn't working or why nobody else should do a gaming service. Gaming is just completely different from TV and movies. TV and movies stop after a while. You watch it for an hour, that's it. You can stop the episode, that's it. Gaming doesn't work that way. I mean, yes, you could play for 30 minutes and stop, but who does that? That's not a gaming experience. When you play a game, you're invested in that for a while. When I'm playing Riftbreaker, I don't just play for 30 minutes and like, oh, I think I had enough. No, I end up getting wrapped in it for a couple hours, and you have to put that dedication toward it, to where with TV shows, movies, and everything else, you can pause it and come back to it, and you're not losing anything. If anything, you'll end up watching the same movie over and over and over again, maybe losing 2 hours of your life every time that you do that, versus a game that you have to dedicate at least more than likely 20 hours of your time just to beat that story again. At least. It's not the same thing. So like those differences are definitely there. That's why I dislike when people make those differences as if it's the same, or like try to compare the two as if it's the same, and it's nowhere close. Completely two different metrics of how they get interacted with, two different methods of how they even get treated with each other. The only reason that they're the same in any form, shape, or factor is the fact that IP matters. That's the only way that they're the same. And it's that way on no matter who you are, whether you're Nintendo, whether you're Steam, whether you're Xbox, whether you're PlayStation, doesn't matter who you are. IPs do matter. But is that going to be enough to get people to invest in your ecosystem? That's the overall goal. That is the difference between Xbox and Microsoft and everyone else, is that their goal is to reach that wider audience. Not just, it's the service side. Hey, let's stick to what we've been good at, what we know what we can accomplish, what we know we can get done and be good at and can stick around. That's what they're trying to accomplish now. So I don't think it's a big thing, but it's neither here or there. People are going to have a conversation about it. Again, the clown circus is going to be the clown circus. If you like to talk about it and whatever the case might be, it's one thing to tell jokes and be funny, but half y'all aren't comedians, and even the real comedians, y'all are trying to cancel. So, I mean, what is the real conversation? Again, let's just take a step back, maybe take a breather, walk outside for a little bit, experience the world, maybe get you a little something to eat, and then come back and let's have a conversation and let's really talk about how we can move the entire gaming industry forward, man. I mean, that's what it's about. With that, we're almost 3 hours in, Pong. We have not touched on we pretty much touched on everything. We even threw the NVIDIA in there earlier on, about the whole console, bringing the browser experience to console gaming and it opening it up. So we don't really have to deep dive that. The only other thing, you and Matt did an excellent job talking about this the other day, was the whole thing with Matt Booty. The whole interview that he ended up having with the Kind of Funny crew, at Kind of Funny Games, I should say specifically, GamesCast, Kind of Funny GamesCast, Kind of Funny Games being the main umbrella of everything.
The media company.
Yeah, the media
Greg Miller's
company.
media company.
There you go.
Yeah.
But they had this interview with Matt Booty. Again, kind of like we talked about in the background. I thought it was an excellent interview. Again, Matt Booty came into the conversation. I'm going to go this based off of memory. You correct me if I steered wrong. Yeah. Matt Booty came into conversation. When they asked him, it was funny because one of the first questions they asked him, "Hey, what you been gaming?" And he pulls out a freaking custom Game Gear that I just wasn't expecting. I wasn't anticipating that from Matt Booty, man. I was expecting for him to say, "Oh, I've been playing this on Xbox," or whatever the case to be. No. Not to tell people that he has this Game Gear that has a custom LCD screen and he's been gaming on that. And then on the background, he's like, to be honest, I'm not really gaming like that. I'm more doing more of the coding end work. I get more enjoyment out of that. So I've been working on making his own game, which is apparently a simple 2-player network game using using Unity and Photon 3. So that was really interesting to hear that.
And not even looking to publish it.
Not even looking to publish it. Not even looking. He's just making it.
No, just for fun.
Just making it
because he wants to learn. He
right.
wants to learn.
Exactly. Yeah. And it was interesting for me, for even that being, it's something that's so small, right? I mean, you wouldn't think of overthinking it or looking into it any deeper, but for me, it kind of demonstrated because a lot of people give Matt Booty a lot of flack. They say, "Oh, Matt Booty obviously can't handle running 15 studios. He's just not the guy for the job. There's too much going on." And it's like, I honestly feel like he is the man for the job. He has the right mindset. Like, if the one thing that I took away from the interview, especially with that intro, with him just leading it into it like that, is that he is the man for the job. because he cares at a deeper level than some may think. Because he could have simply gave a simple answer, be like, yeah, I'm playing this new game in Game Pass on my Xbox right now. No, he didn't. He deep dove what he likes to do, what he is into. He said, no, honestly, I'm not gaming like that. I'm coding. And that's a completely different level. You can't, if you're going to tell me that man isn't interested or isn't invested in his business or in his job, I'd have to say that you're lying, because why else would he say that he gets enjoyment out of coding? That's not something that's fun. I like, as much as I love computers and shit, I don't love coding. I don't want to be a coder. I cannot stand that shit. There's just a lot that goes into it, a lot of dedication, a lot of time. It had been one thing, and, you know, I did it when I was doing a lot of web design and everything back in the day, and even that was a lot. But I just wasn't anticipating that from him. I was expecting something completely different. And
Matt Booty's the mechanic, and Phil Spencer's the driver.
Exactly.
That's how this works.
That's exactly what I learned from that entire interview, is that Matt Booty is in the right position. He is in the right place. He is the man to support those 15 studios. It's just up to Microsoft in total and Phil Spencer to make sure that everything stays lined up with each other. With this whole thing, because you could really hear it from everything that he was saying, when he was talking about the different studios, when he was talking about what Rare was working on, the whole Crystal Dynamics thing, when he was talking about you know, what Redfall, the whole idea, what Redfall has going on. And even when he deep dove into the whole conversation about Microsoft's efforts to compete with Sony and everything, you could hear it in him that they understand that mindset that Phil keeps coming out with. Oh, we're not trying to take control of the dev. We want people to be fully in control of whatever the vision that they have and to bring that vision to life. You can hear it. I know people try to look over it like, oh man, that's just whatever. They're just saying that. No, this is what's going on, and it's reflected very heavily in conversation where there's Phil. I know people get tired of hearing Phil. You can hear it though, and it's because it's not just Phil, it's every other person after that just reiterates that same energy. Again, it's kind of like me and Pong. It's what makes this show so great, at least to us, is the fact that me and Pong can bounce off each other and work off of our own energies with each other. It's the same thing on this business, this $1 trillion business that has the same mindset of, we're a team. This is what we're trying to accomplish. This is our goal. You know, I'm heavily invested in it. I'm getting, even in the funniest part of the interview, when he's like, the teams have a code word for me because I get lost within these studios, having conversation and everything else, so they can keep me on track. You know what I mean? That is, it's such an amazing thing to hear, because it gives me confidence that Xbox is moving in the right direction, that Microsoft sees the right direction, or they are there. That, how's the saying goes, you gotta do it to be about it. You know what I'm saying? You better be about it. If you gotta show and tell, all those kind of different, you know, whatever phrases that you want to use for that, that's what they are doing. And that is such an amazing thing to me. So just to kind of give you a brief outline of the kind of different things they talked about. Again, shout out to Idlesloth, somebody, again, amazing dude on Twitter, man. He keeps up with a lot of this stuff, puts out all these things together. Definitely somebody you should be following on Twitter if you're not. It just keeps you up to date. He broke everything down right here, and I'm going to base everything off of basically how he broke the interview down, because he broke it down in like a summary. So he started off with bringing up, let's see if I can bring that full screen. There we go. He started off with bringing up, Matt explains that Rare's taking its time and making decisions to make sure every WoW is something special. Again, a game that we knew nothing about. We didn't know what kind of game it would be. We heard these things in the background. Oh, they had to go back, redo it completely, revamp everything, because there was a lot of changes made. But he did go on to say, we've shown a glimpse of the world. You've seen the art style that the team has got, but we want to get it right. Again, they saw something with it. And apparently, at least from what I gathered from the interview, and especially in this segment, that they are, again, just holds credence to them giving studios the time. Hey, we're not forcing you to put this game out. We don't want you to, if you didn't know what the kind of game you were making before, cool. Restart, revamp, do whatever you feel like you need to do to make sure that we're putting out a good experience, a solid experience, and excellent. You have the art down, you have the overall world down. It's just everything inside it that we need to nail down. Then he went on to talk about. He said that partnering with Crystal Dynamics.
Steel,
go ahead.
Steel, hold on. Just before, I'll just do my quick thoughts.
Oh, okay, yeah, we can do it like that
on each point. That way we'll consolidate this down. So, as far as the rare stuff goes. Yeah, you're spot on, Steel. He said that the reset word was overblown, that it was not what was happening, and he clarified. To me, I came across, and I used this analogy on Mav's show the other night on PM, that they're at like a rest stop, right? They've had some people leave, but to say that it's resetting or that they're restarting from scratch is way overblown. They're like at a rest stop. They're on a trip. But with creative teams like this and like Double Fine, it's not always a straight shot because they have such creativity that they're not a Call of Duty team that has like, okay, we've got a formula. We're gonna do this. We know exactly what we gotta do. With these types of games, it's going to be a windy path. So right now they're more at a rest stop, taking a looking over the map, making sure where they want to go is where all the team is at and that they're going in the right direction. Where they came from, now where are they going? And so they're just taking a rest stop to try to lay things out and make sure that they're clear on their vision for the game. They have all the art. The art is amazing. The world that they've already formed from what we've seen looks great. It looks like a rare game. It looks freaking out there. It looks fun. But now they just got to make sure that they are all in the right direction. And I think that's what I got from Booty's response here. Hey, look, stop. It's not a panic moment. They're not all of a sudden scrapping the game.
Exactly.
They're just taking what they've got and making sure that the goal at the end, they've got it clear and that the rest of the team and everybody's on board with it. And that's where they're going to head to next. So that's where I got that from.
Yeah, and that's perfect. I actually appreciate you doing that because I don't know why I typically like doing it that way, but I don't know why I didn't think about that. That was excellent. You jumped in there, excellent. And we'll keep doing that. I like that. I like that. I like the way that felt.
The dynamic duo, brother.
Hey, again, it can't be great without one or the other. Then they continue to go on with the next part was Matt saying that partnering with Crystal Dynamics on the upcoming Perfect Dark reboot was a no-brainer. We've got a team that's got experience building the kind of thing that we're building. I can agree no more, man. Like, again, with Daryl Gallagher being with that team, being the main man behind the whole plan, him having history with Crystal Dynamics and everything, it's the main thing in consideration. It's like, it's one of those things to where, did you not think that this was going to happen? Now, if you're kind of out of the loop or didn't know who these people were, you're kind of like, Crystal Dynamics, this doesn't make any sense. But kind of like how y'all talked about in the background, there's a bigger play at hand. There's definitely something bigger happening in the background because Crystal Dynamics is too big of a team to be we're going to help you co-develop. They're usually the main, so it's kind of leads credence to me, kind of like what y'all said on the PM, which was a really interesting point, that this could be a trial run. Y'all are the first people to say it, but y'all really posed it in a really great way. But this could definitely be a trial one to potentially see if partnering up makes sense for Crystal. Well, I'm not going to say partnering up, but if Crystal Dynamics makes sense for Xbox or for Microsoft, for them to kind of get retrofitted into what may be going on. A chance for Crystal Dynamics to see how things are happening on the other side of the fence. Also, because they're working hand in hand, start to finish with this project. This isn't like, here, just work on these things and then get it back to us. No, they're helping co-develop the entire game. Essentially, from my perspective, from my understanding, the initiative already has the plan for how they want to put the game together. They have the structure of the building, like we've talked about before. It was either last week, the week before that, where they have the structure of the building put up. They have the foundation. They got the pillars, the main pillars for what the game is going to be, or whatever the case might be. The framework for the building. There we go, 100%. They have the framework for the building. Now, Crystal Dynamics is going to come in and fill all the empty space in, remodel get everything modeled just right, and get it presentable for the mass, along with continue to have the initiatives kind of oversight on as they continue to work through this. I think it's an amazing thing. I know Crystal Dynamics, they kind of took a L as far as Avengers go, so they are in a bit of a stink, personally. But they do have the Tomb Raider games to kind of fall back on, which cannot be understated enough because those games individually were all amazing games. You can't look at those games and be like, oh man, those are half-ass games. No, those games were amazing in their own right. They're kind of the Last of Us in Crystal Dynamics form. Now nothing could be Last of Us. Last of Us is its own thing. It's as renowned as it is for other reasons, but Tomb Raider I guess you could compare more to Uncharted, okay, or Indiana Jones, kind of falling within that same range of these tomb raiding games, right? But again, they did really well with those games. So seeing that kind of talent kind of come over, and those games still to this day, even for, I think the first one released in 2016 or 14, the first Tomb Raider game. I can't remember. I'm about to look it up. I'm about to look it up. But either way, seeing if you've ever had a chance to go back to those games and kind of see how they've grown over the years and how well they've held up, they hold up extremely well. So Crystal Dynamics definitely has the talent to put together an excellent looking game. And they definitely have, especially with Daryl Gallagher being behind the scenes, he has experience with that team already, so he knows what he's getting. There's something else going on behind the scenes for
2013 because it was during the Xbox One launch. Yeah,
2013. Because
they had the deal.
Yep. 2013. So 14, 13. I guess you're right.
Yep.
This just holds great. Again, it just shows. I feel like personally that this is a bigger play. There's something bigger in hand. There's a reason why they're working together. This, again, people try to make it seem like, oh, this was just some last minute ditch effort. Oh, they needed help. No, this is something that was talked about in the past. There's a reason why all this lined up the way that it did. There's a reasoning for it. And it's just too perfect for it to be anything else. It's too perfect for it to be last minute. It's too perfect for it to just make as much sense as it's making, especially with the team that is behind all of this. And the, I can't think of the freaking term for it, the caliber of talent that is behind these studios. There's another word that I wanted to use for it, but the caliber of talent that is behind these studios, that's something that you guys have to do a little bit of research on, man, because that is going to show you more of what's kind of behind the scenes of kind of why this is a much bigger picture than what people try to make it seem as to be, or that you could probably even anticipate. And you got to do a little bit of research to really look into it. Again, maybe not a big thing if you're just basing it off Avengers and maybe some Tomb Raider games, but I think it's bigger than that. What did you think, man?
It's a lot bigger than that. And the deal was, his quotes were, when Crystal Dynamics became available, and his other quote was, I'd be remiss not to get this deal done. Okay. As I stated at PM to PM, look, how many times does a team like Crystal Dynamics, with their legacy, with the work that they've done, become available for a co-development project?
Yeah.
Their projects are planned out years in advance, Steel. Years in advance. They have to. That's how they organize. And yes, Crystal Dynamics is big. Crystal Dynamics does have multiple teams. Mav and I talked about this as well. But this is the feeling I get is this is Gallagher's A team from back in the day.
Yeah.
They would not have made it. They
agree.
didn't look, Perfect Dark is too important to Microsoft. They didn't put together the initiative and bring in some of the biggest talent from around the industry that they possibly could.
Right. And
reboot Perfect Dark for it not to be a big project internally to Microsoft, to Xbox. They want this to be the best it can be. That's why some of the misquotes, the quadruple A quote and all that kind of stuff is out there. They didn't put together the initiative to make an okay game. They put together the initiative to make a phenomenal industry setting, right? They want to be up there with The Last of Us, right? They want these type of games. This is what they're shooting for now. So you don't go get the B team, you go get the A team. But how many times does an A team like Crystal Dynamics, Gallagher's old team from Tomb Raider days, become available from a third party publisher like Square Enix? Right. You're right. Avengers didn't work out, right? Avengers didn't work out the way Square Enix, but you're telling me they didn't have another project after Avengers already planned out? They didn't have something for this team to work on. They're just available. That says to me that Square Enix doesn't know what to do with Crystal Dynamics. That says Square Enix has lost their interest in some way in having Crystal Dynamics make a game. And so now you make them available. And so you just got Phil calling up Square Enix and going, hey, Square Enix and going, hey, can we borrow your Crystal Dynamics team?
Yeah.
Can we go ahead and get those guys on a code? Yeah, we're going to give you a bag of money. We know you like money, so we'll give you a bag of money. But do you mind if we borrow your team today? Man, no. Especially now. And, he talked about in this interview too, that the looking for talent right now in this industry is very difficult. Like they found talent now. We can talk about that, but finding talent right now, because the industry is so hot right now, is really tough. So you could just go out and rent a great team, a team with a legacy of great titles. You're just able to go rent them. No, man, there's something bigger going on here. Right. He said, he talked about Phil going and getting the deal or going and getting the contract or whatever done. The contract or whatever done, team becoming available. I'd be remiss not to get this deal done. All of that says to me that there is something bigger going on.
Right.
And again, we've talked about it past. I would not doubt that if Square Enix has lost their desire to hold on to any part of their Western divisions, that Xbox is going to be right there, especially because Gallagher knows this team inside and out because of the experiences there. They can bring them in seamlessly. Like you said, this will be a chance for Gallagher to go back, work with his old team, but we expect nothing but smooth sailing. And if that's the case, there's no reason, if Square Enix has lost their interest in this team, to go ahead and just say, hey, we'll take them. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Let's bring them in. Again, right out the gates. Whether or not you get the Tomb Raider IP, that's another question for another day. But again, there was a lot here. I thought it was interesting how he said it, and you could see it in him while he was speaking about it and his words. He was giddy that this was even possible. Yeah. This was like,
yeah,
we didn't have to go find people. We just went and got a whole team to work with us on one of our big projects, like a high quality AAA team was just available for us to go rent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what's crazy. No, you weren't just available all of a sudden. No, as long as games take it to get put out, come on, man. Like
right, exactly.
Shout
out to Boom, Co-Mayor and Mav, Co-Mayor.
That's a fact.
Co-Mayors are all here for Speculation Town. That's right, we're speculating, but I definitely think there's a bigger play. So it was cool.
Boom was saying, as a matter of fact, some new information has come out as why they partnered with Crystal Dynamics, and we'll be talking about that on Tuesday's Xbox Factor podcast. Yeah, shout out to you, man. That's for sure. I'm definitely looking forward to hearing from that. Again, just to see about the extra information and everything. I'm going to look forward into looking a bit about that later on. Also, just to kind of continue the conversation. Got some things to do today, but I do want to finish up this conversation.
I was going to say you're over time, brother. I can't believe you jumped into this. Let's go.
No, I mean, because I definitely wanted to talk about it a bit. The next thing that Matt ended up jumping into was the thing about talking about Redfall. He stated that
it's cool.
It's going to be cool.
It's cool
because I've seen builds of it, and it's cool. If anything, that was probably like the weakest point of the entire conversation. I was like, awesome. Okay, well, all right, cool.
All right, cool.
And he goes on to say, one of the cool things about the partnership with ZeniMax and Bethesda is I get to spend time with Dishonored, Prey, and Redfall creative director Harvey Smith down there, and he's cool. Nah, he didn't say that, but
no. It was probably in his head.
Yeah, no, he probably recognized how many times he said cool at that point, and it was just like, yeah, it's cool, it's all cool. That kind of made me feel a little bit off put. I was like, I don't know. He doesn't sound as confident about that. But again, to us from what we've seen from Redfall and everything, they definitely have a direction, a creative direction. They got the art style down and everything. It's just about nailing down the gameplay loop, and it's more so probably what they're working on. Again, it can't be a Left 4 Dead style of game. It has to be its own thing. It has to stick out. Man, there's not much else to say about it. I'm definitely looking,
cool, man.
looking more to. I'm looking to hear more about Redfall. But at this point, along with the leaks and everything that we've seen, there's not really much else to say until they release more information about it.
No, and who knows, with Booty in his mind, he might not be into looter shooters as much as he doesn't even play games. Looter shooters might not be his big forte when it comes to looking at a game. So
yeah,
he came up with the word cool.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, it's cool. It's all right. It's cool. It looks cool." So I definitely wanted to bring that up. It was funny. And then last but not least, Matt discussed Microsoft's efforts to compete with Sony in terms of first-party games, and acknowledging that Xbox has not been out in front when it comes to big tentpole games like Sony.
This is the big misquoted piece right
here.
This is what all the clowns decided to run with. Yeah, go ahead.
He goes on to say, we haven't really had the sort of one-to-one with Sony.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of those points I agree with. And I do, again, we got a lot of Iron Lords shout out this podcast. But shout out to the Iron Lords again, because shout out to Cog, because he is one of the ones that I've definitely heard saying and standing on the hill of just one. Give me just one over-the-shoulder third-person action RPG game. Just one. Again, I'm in agreement with that, man. There are some titles that Sony puts out that I would like to see Microsoft kind of do, or at least take it a step further. I definitely think that they could do that with Gears of War. I think Gears of War could really. Do I think Gears of War needs a bit of a break? Yeah, I think they need to go into the baking room and really look at the ingredients and see how they can take it that next step further. Or just with any other title. I don't want Microsoft to do exactly what Sony's doing. I don't want Sony to do exactly what Microsoft is doing. Do I want Sony to release more multiplayer games? Yes. Why? Because that gives people a reason to be invested in your ecosystem, other than just your first party games. Do I want Microsoft to have better single player games? Sure, I do. Is that my main focus as a multiplayer gamer? No, it's not. But I do want the best of both worlds on both sides, but I don't want them to copy each other. Do I want them to take ideas from each other? We've been doing that since the beginning of gaming. There's not a single game that has come out at this point that hasn't stolen ideas from another game. It's the continuation. That's how gaming has evolved. You can't get better if you don't have competition. And that's essentially what I drew from the conversation, is that they're looking at the competition and acknowledging them and saying, you know what? There are some things that we can do better. There are some things that we can work on. We definitely want to have some more of these titles, some semblance to some of these things, but we don't want to have a 1-for-1. We don't need a Last of Us. We don't need a Spider-Man. We don't need those exact games. We can have something similar to them. Like, for an example, if Xbox did a Blade game, it wouldn't be Spider-Man. It would be Blade. And it would be a lot different. Now, would it still be a superhero game or a hero game? Sure. Microsoft could put out a Punisher game. Would it be a Spider-Man? No, not really. But similar. It's a hero. It's a getting it to, and I feel like that's more what he was speaking to more so than anything else. Looking at the competition, accepting what they're doing, looking at it, really breaking it down, internalizing it, and saying, okay, what can we do better? That's more so what I gained from the conversation. Is he's looking at, yes, we do realize that we have some of these things that the competition doesn't have, but we also have things that they don't have, but we are constantly working on bettering ourselves, bettering the library, bettering our game output, or the types of games that we put out, as that has been a weak point. As a company that just went from 8 studios to 23, less than 8, honestly, to 23 plus with 32 teams, you have to think that they're looking at the competition and saying, hey, all right, where can we improve at? With that, how did you feel about this? How did you take this whole conversation at this point? about this whole, oh, we're not one-to-one with Sony. Oh, we're not necessarily trying to make games like God of War or Last of Us or Uncharted. That's not our goal. How do you feeling about that? How do you think that that could have been misconstrued? And kind of take it from there.
Well, like I said, the clown show and the journalists that want to make clickbait took it as, oh, they are going to copy Sony and they're behind, and they acknowledge that they're behind in this, right? That's not what happened here. Booty said specifically, I'm not asking I don't want to ask the question of what's our Uncharted or what's our God of War. He specifically said that, right? Again, none of that was it. All he stated was that he understood. He said that the large worlds with characters that people fall in love, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I'm pretty close to what he was talking about. He said these large open worlds that people can get lost in, with characters that people fall in love with, right? With universal themes that attract people, right, to the game.
Right.
He said, we understand that, and Sony does it well. Again, shout out to Matt Booty and the rest of the execs at Xbox, because they always give credit where credit's due. And he started this whole conversation by giving props to Sony nonstop. Right. And again, not every company does that around here. So again, it's a testament to them that they can acknowledge the competition when the competition is doing well, and how they are pushing the industry forward in their own way. And so Matt Booty, that's all he was doing, was he's saying, look, we understand this concept, and we know internally they've reviewed The Last of Us 2, right? They've gone back and looked at these Sony titles for themselves to try to dissect what is being done up and beyond. But Matt Booty was talking about these universal themes, these character-driven style stories, almost movie-like, right? Almost book-like, where you get wrapped up in that, and it tells this compelling story that you want to be a part of, right? And that you feel that connected to. He understands that fact, that is something that does attract a large audience, and he understands that the quality that these games come out in is important.
Yes.
Again, the past 100%. Microsoft pushed out games out the door like Recore that just needed to get out because it could have been a very great game, right? It could have been a very good to great game had they been given time, but that's the past, right? They had to push this out. Now he's saying, hey, look, we understand what makes these games fantastic, and we understand that our audience, he said, I think, quote, he said, we want, we have to be aware of what our consumer wants 100%. In relation to that, right? So I thought that was cool. He's acknowledging the fact that he understands that the fan base wants it, and then that they're working towards that, and that's everything they've been doing right now. They currently have studios like Ninja Theory, and Compulsion Games. We've now heard Compulsion Games for sure is working on a third person single player driven game. 100%. So we have studios already, but he also said within that quote, as you've heard Phil say, we're not done.
Yeah.
So they're looking to expand out and make sure that they have a diverse lineup that includes titles that are not copied one for one from Sony, but that do include those overarching things the overarching themes and the characters and the world and the quality that's what they want to. And they're going to look to do that. Now that goes into, hey, you've got 23 studios, 40 plus teams, somewhere in that neighborhood, 35, 40, whatever you want to say, 40 plus teams working on games. We can allow our studios to take the time necessary to polish the game so that they come out with this high quality. And we're going to look to also find studios and people that want to develop games that are like that, not copied, but like that, and bring those to our ecosystem as well. And I think that was ultra important for him to acknowledge that. Again, he wasn't saying, oh, we failed.
Far from.
None of that. Like he reiterated throughout this interview. And again, shout out to Kind of Funny Gamescast, Tim Geddes, blessing Andy, and then they brought in Snowbike Mike for this one. Snowbike Mike's obviously the Xbox guy. The rest of them are more PlayStation buys, but they did a great job interviewing.
Excellent interview.
And throughout this interview, he talked about a lot of different things as far as where the studios were going and what they were working on, but he also talked about
we're not touching these studios. And again, this has been said a million times.
Yeah.
But people still always are like, oh, you don't want to, Xbox is going to mess up all these acquisitions because they're going to go in there and tell these studios. He said it multiple times. They asked him about Sea of Thieves. Blessing specifically, I said, hey, Sea of Thieves, 25 million users. It's 25 million gamers have played this game.
Mhm.
That's success. Does that make you want to chase that Sea of Thieves game? And Matt Booty said, no, we don't chase things. We have a game in Grounded that we think has that potential. He said, I think Grounded could be worked on for 5 to 10 years and has that Sea of Thieves potential, but we're not going to tell the studios to go make a game they don't want to make. We are our studios, he specifically said, our studios are creative led. That means that they get to make the games that they want to make. We're not telling them what to do. So from that standpoint, they're going to let everybody, if somebody comes to them with a great idea and they want to work on it, they're going to let them do that. If it so happens to be a third person, a narrative driven single player game, cool, but they're not going to go force a team to do that. But they may go find other teams on top of the ones they already have that do want to make those style games, because they do understand that people enjoy that entertainment form as well when they're sitting down to interact with a game. So they're going to go find some teams that want to do that as well.
Right.
And I think that was the big thing to take away from this. The only other thing I'll add on top of the points that Idle Sloth didn't touch on really real quick, because I know you got things.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
It's the wife's birthday today. So, but he did touch on the fact that he talked about, they asked him how the pandemic had changed things. And Tim was trying to get him to talk. Tim was trying to get him to specifically talk about the number of games that they were able to get out, right? And that kind of stuff. But he kind of branched off and said, he said that, things would have been different, but he said also this has forced us from a communication standpoint and from a people standpoint, where we were used to, which we've heard, obviously working side by side is totally different than working from remote locations, but they've expanded their technology and thought of new ways. They've had to think outside the box to come up with new ways to make sure the teams are getting that same kind of experience or as close to as possible, working hand in hand. And that, to me, when he was talking about this, it's crucial, because then he went on later in that interview to say, when he was talking about finding talent, that this out of box thinking, and now that they have so many people in so many different places working remotely, this has allowed them to now start looking for talent in places they would not have, because it's not vital that a person live in that area for that specific studio. That now that they have the remote technology down and they're all getting used to it, and everybody has had to adapt, but now that they've expanded this, now they can look for people in remote places to work with a studio and not have to move there, not have to worry about uprooting a family, not have to doing any of that. They now have that ability, and people are now getting comfortable with that. So therefore they can go find talent from around the world that doesn't necessarily have to be location specific, which opens up that talent pool, which is very, very, very tight right now because of how big this industry has gotten. And everybody's gobbling up talent. Microsoft, Xbox in particular are in a unique position because of how much they've had to do this, because they are so big now with all these studios that they're able to go find talent where it is, versus, hey, Arcane Leon needs a artist. Well, we got to find somebody close by in France, right? We need somebody that's in the relative area to work. No, you don't have to do that anymore. Now that can be expanded out worldwide, and they go find some untapped talent out there. And I thought that was awesome. And that also goes back to Phil continuously talking about how they are working towards a cloud development system where all these teams are going to be able to develop one gigantic world, the entire game in the cloud, to be streamed out.
Yes, that's going to be insane.
Testing everything from the ground up. They are building this application so that people from anywhere are all going to be able to get to one spot within the cloud, work on the same world. The world is going to exist in the cloud. There's not going to be a need for hardware limits. You're not going to have to worry about whether or not somebody's computer can run it or whether somebody's console can run it. It's going to be scalable straight from the cloud, and it's not going to have any limits.
That's going to be
insane.
That
is huge going into the future. that is a big deal. And I think this pandemic pushed them to go beyond where even they thought they were going to go at one point, or maybe time frame wise, speed that up.
Mhm.
And now they are in a position of strength there that is going to give them an advantage as we go down through the years in this generation. So that was another huge key point from Booty. This was a great interview. Again, couldn't ask for more. Booty is the Bigfoot of Xbox execs. He is the, you know, he is the mysterious man. He only shows up, and like Steele and I were talking behind the scenes, I don't think I've ever seen him one-on-one in an interview, or if I have, I've missed it. It's always in a group setting. So to see him one-on-one, and he was completely comfortable, well-spoken man. He wasn't like he was like, you know,
he wasn't stuttering.
Like Booty, it might not be his favorite thing to do, but man, Booty, get out in front, because you got a lot of interesting things to say. And you know, just like every other Xbox exec that we've seen, open, honest, transparent as much as he could be, gave real good answers, not just PR answers, gave real answers to a lot of the questions. Love this interview. Go watch it if you haven't. I've watched it 3 times already. So
it definitely was an amazing. It definitely was an amazing interview. Especially with some those points that you just brought up. I mean, it was 100% right. I mean, he just touched on so many things that I kind of figured on anyway. Kind of how I led the conversation with just the amount of openness, for lack of a better term, that Microsoft is allowing their teams. It's not as simple as people try to make it seem. It's not as straightforward as people try to make it seem either. Is Microsoft being hands off the greatest thing? We can only find out, man. Again, I mean, it wasn't that great with them being involved or hands-on with everything. And
you got to have the right leaders at the studios.
You got to have the important thing. You got to have the right leaders. And then I think the main key point is, again, tying into having the right leaders, is that you can't just bulldog everything. You can't be the leader of everything. You can't be, hey, you need to do it this way on everything, because you move people out of the industry that way. You get people out of their creative direction that way. You can't get these games. Like, I am such a stickler for, let the dev create their game. So before you ask anybody else's input, that is a problem that's been with Halo. That's been the problem with Gears. That is the problem with any game that has any kind of longevity. It's the same thing with God of War. There's a reason they changed it. Let the dev create their vision. Let them make their game, and then we can adjust everything else after that. Everything else can be scaled, it can be adjusted, it can be fixed, it can be whatever the case. That is the main like point. That is the main like reason of concern, is that devs have not been given enough creative control, and for better or for worse, yes, you do so have to have somebody to kind of pull the reins back every now and then, but you just have to have proper creative directors. You have to have proper creative
and he
control.
made that clear in that interview too, because they asked him what his job was, and he explained that my job is to make sure that
these teams have nothing in the way.
Nothing in the way. Right. Exactly. Thank you. That's his job. He wakes up every day thinking about, what can I take off of their plate so they don't have to worry about it. And
that was crazy.
Focus on game creation.
That was crazy. When he said that, I was like, he didn't even specify what his specific job was. He said his job was to make sure my teams have any roadblocks that they have out of the way, that they can just make whatever they need to make. With that, I come in and ask them, hey, what is in the way for you?
Right.
That gave me a completely different perspective as is what is really going on there at Microsoft and what their goal is. Right. And we'll see if it ends up working. We'll see.
Yep.
Because this is again, this is a new journey. This is a completely new journey. This is Microsoft bigger, better than ever. We'll see if it ends up working, and then we can continue to have that conversation at that point.
It looks like it has with Playground Games, let me tell you, from Forza Horizon. Woo! So
for Playground to put out Horizon 5.
Yep.
I'm kind of excited about what they're going to try to do with Fable. And man. Man, talk about a dev team. Lord Jesus.
Yep.
With that being said, we are almost 4 hours into the stream. Again, me and Pong get on here.
Do this Steel.
We said we weren't. But we had so many different things to talk about, and there was we didn't really get a chance to talk all week. And there was just so many different topics to hit on, man. So I wanted to make sure this I'm actually going to exclude the This Day in Gaming segment today, just because I do have to get going and everything. But not only that, but I wanted to at least exclude it so we can get that extra conversation in there, because I felt like the Matt Booty conversation was something to really talk about. I know you said you wanted to hear some of my points on it and everything, and we could have even deep dive it even further, like kind of like you and Mav did. I went a couple hours about it and everything, and took it even further and everything.
And we didn't even talk about Splinter Cell coming back.
We didn't talk about Splinter Cell coming back. Again, I'm kind of on the fence about Splinter Cell. Well, when it becomes reality, when it's like,
I know.
The game is coming.
Let's
talk about it then. Just because we've been back and forth about Splinter Cell, man. It's like, are you going to finally release a game, or are you just going to keep teasing me about it? I don't like being teased forever. Eventually you got to get down there and get the nasty done. With that being said, man, look, again, where else can you find this type of energy, this type of enthusiasm, this type of optimism, this type of authentic, organic, realistic energy that only me and Pong Steel can provide you on a Saturday morning? Again, man, 4 hours of pure passion, energy, and just a vibe that we can't find anywhere else, man. If y'all like what y'all got tuned into, hit that like button, hit that sub button. We're on a road to 1,000, man. When we can finally monetize and everything, that'd be definitely a great start to the dream. Also, I'm working on some things in the background, trying to get some apparel together, man. I want to get some things for that the people will like. The main goal is that I do want to settle on something that me and Pong are both going to like, because I want to get that trial gear out first. Us both have it on, or get some semblance to what we're going to be sending out to the people before we really jump down that aisle. I want it to be right, man. I want it to be something that's going to be comfortable for us both, that we both like and we feel is acceptable. Well, maybe coming up with a couple different design ideas. So stay on the lookout for that. The Living SplitScreen gear is on the way. Definitely be on the lookout for that. Other than that, I'll lead the victory charge out. Pong, man, on a week-to-week basis, Saturday is always an exciting time for me to come in here, sit down with you, hopefully get some gaming on in with you later on, and just over us for all to kick it, man. Especially with us having kind of separate schedules now, or opposite schedules now. We started off this, we had kind of the same schedule. We're able to talk more now. You've got to bed earlier now, so you're not as up as late anymore. And so we haven't had the opportunity to really talk and whatnot. I look forward to Saturday, not only as the energy boost I need to get into my Saturday mornings. We just don't say that. That's legitimately how we feel. Like I've had 16 cups of coffee after I got off the show, and I'm just ready to conquer my day. But it's been an amazing experience with you, again, from the organic nature of us starting in the comment section, so then it turning into this entire thing. Again, I'm forever grateful to you, man. Again, you've been definitely a light in my, not only my life, man, but as far as just like the gaming scene in general, man. It means a lot. And not only that, along with what you and Mav are doing, it's an excellent thing. Y'all got a good vibe that way. Again, you know me, I'm big on vibes and everything. Other than that, y'all can find me, Steel Rain, everywhere. The T is a 7. In case you don't know how to say it, Steel Rain, man. Just call me Steel, for lack of a better way to put it. I know a lot of people seem to have a hard time saying that for whatever reason. But whatever the case might be, type it in the search bar. You'll more than likely find me, whether that's YouTube, Twitter, or Xbox. And PlayStation, whenever I end up getting on there, they're giving me finally a reason to invest, as I'll continue to say on a week-to-week basis. With that being said, Pong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lead the people to victory, man. Another great 4-hour show with you, man. What's going on?
Obviously. I don't know if you heard my other shows, but in my outros, I said that Steel and I stopped trying to do 2-hour shows. I just said 3 hours.
I did hear that, yeah. I did hear that.
Look, man, episode 30 in the books. That's right, October 23rd, 2021. We hit number 30. Steel, love you, brother. All the stuff you do behind the scenes, man, the stuff you've been showing me as far as what you've been working on. Again, I can't thank you enough, man. You've invested yourself in this.
and doing this together. So again, love you, man. Nothing but respect for you all the time and what you got going on, again, because we both have real lives.
Oh yeah.
You even have more going on because you still have kids in the house. So
That's
you
true.
know what? That's a lot, brother. I've
Oh,
been
yeah.
there and I know what it is, man. And I can't imagine. So, but I appreciate you for everything that you do week in and week out
Same.
here for us. So, man, just a great episode. Loved it. We had a lot of topics. We gotta
Good.
keep going, man. But look, chat, you guys are all incredible. Again, over 40 likes here. It's not about the numbers all the time. For Steel and I, it's because of the passion we have to talk about this. The fact that anybody wants to show up and listen to us is absolutely insane to me. Every single show I'm on, but especially starting this show with Steel, man, it has been an eye opener and a humbled every single week. We just want to keep talking and talking more and finding more people that are like-minded, that are here to actually have open, honest discussions about things and not be intellectually dishonest, not try to sugarcoat things, not try to fanboy things, but just have topics and discussions about the industry that we love. So keep spreading the word. Anybody, if you find what we do here to be something that you love, that you have us on every Saturday, spread that word to other people. Let's try to get some more people in here and involved, because that's what Steele and I are about. This is a community at the end of the day. So that's what we want to form here, is our own community, but make it as big as possible. So love you all. Again, nothing but respect for all of you that show up in podcasts. Again, that's where I started, is in the chat. I'm still in the chats. I can't be there as much as I used to be. A lot of stuff going on, but guess what? I started there and I never thought I'd be here. Never once thought I'd be here, but I have respect for every one of you that takes the time out of your day to spend with us. So thank you all for that. Pong Soul everywhere. You guys know the drill. Tonight, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam, Centurion, Fuzzy Belvedere. Be there, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. Fantastic show. PTK, I've been preaching this lately too, deserves such a bigger audience than he has. Been doing for 5 years. He's put in the work. The man is incredible. He knows his stuff. He has a panel together that know their stuff. It's a great time. It's a shorter show. Come by, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. I'll be there. Tomorrow, I am going to be with Spooky Sprocket. That's right. I'm sitting down with Spooky Sprocket tomorrow night. So I think 7:30 Central Time, 8:30 Eastern Time. Spooky Sprocket is a great member of the community. You see him in our chats all the time. Dude's from Australia, just an awesome guy, man. Just a good friend. He is a great, it's just awesome. He just likes to do this little show where he brings different people from the community in and just sit back and bullshit. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to sit back and bullshit about the history. So come check me out tomorrow night there. And then otherwise, Tuesdays, Xbox Factor Podcast, Mr. Boomstick, shout out to Boom, who's in here. Double Barrel Gaming. We got Zemi Games, 3 Bits back. Mav is now officially part of the show. We've got Archimedes and myself, Hall of Fame panel every Tuesday, all Xbox. Come by, check us out, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Thursday, PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. That's right. New show. First episode was last week. Great time. A lot like here, except for Steele and I cover more topics because we go for longer. But again, Mav and I are just going to deep dive 1 or 2 topics each week that interests us. So come check it out. It's over on Fun Speculations channel. He's building an empire over there. So join the group over there, doing great work. PM in the PM. That is 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate, Magnificent 7. We're shorthanded right now, but we're probably going to get some people back. Excited for that. Mav, his amazing wife, Caitlin, just another great show. We had Forte and Slow-Mo from DPS on last night. Man, it was an awesome show. Yeah, it was just great. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, Xbox Ultimate Fun Speculations channel. And then I'll see you all back here next weekend, Saturday morning, my favorite time. It's like a workout for me. I don't come out tired. I come out energized, like Steele said. This is just so much fun, man. I love being here with my brother from another Steele, and I can't wait to do it again next week. Who knows what the news is going to bring, but we're going to find something to talk about for sure. So come check us out here again next weekend. Otherwise, Golden Age of Gaming. game, more games, old games, new games. I don't care. Get out there and enjoy this. Play what you love what you play. We're going to talk to you all real soon. Episode 30 in the book. Steel, send us out of here, brother.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I need y'all to keep it live, raw, and uncut. Hey, and I'm on my way to go see Venom too. Y'all have an exciting night. Hopefully an exciting day. And I'll catch y'all on the gaming streets, man. Maybe in a PvP game if y'all really about it. Anyway, y'all have a good night. We'll see y'all next week. Peace.
Love y'all.